Testing, testing.
Test, test.
Okay, welcome to case 9705, the Public Service Commission's review of the EmPOWER semi-annual reports. Let me start by taking everybody's appearance.
Michael Dean, on behalf of the staff of the Maryland Public Service Commission, I'd also like to enter the appearance of Harrison Scher.
Good morning, Commissioners. Joel Michelle on behalf of BG.
Good morning, Commissioners. Spencer Nichols on behalf of Washington Gas.
Good morning, Commissioners. Taylor Beckham on behalf of Potomac Electric Power Company and Delmarva Power and Light Company.
Good morning, David Shapiro on behalf of Maryland Energy Administration with Babatunde Idrisu.
Good morning, Chair Hoover, members of the Commission. Damon Krieger on behalf of Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative.
Good morning, Your Honor. Chris Gunnarsson on behalf of Potomac Edison.
Good morning, Susan Miller on behalf of the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates, and with me is Mr. Jim Gravatt.
Good morning, Commissioners. Portia Odo for OPC, and with me is Nicole Zigma. She'll be joining virtually. Thank you.
Jeremy Good on behalf of Montgomery County.
Ruhay Mock on behalf of the Department of Housing and Community Development. We'll also be having Malika Holmes, Zach Rockwell, Amin, Preston Thomas, Lahit Lyat Harley, as well as Amy Grasso as counsel.
Okay, so I guess the first panel is actually BG&E, Pepco and DPL. So if you guys want to come forward.
And then this computer over here has the slides on it. And so, yeah, there's a folder that has it open as well for everyone else who follows.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Joel Michelle on behalf of BG. Rather than introduce the panel, I'll allow them to introduce themselves before they present their respective slides.
Sure.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Eric Upco here this morning on behalf of Baltimore Gas and Electric.
Actually, I'll probably need you to spell your name for the
the last name is Rupko, RIOPKO. So, Kevin, I guess you're going to drive the slide?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's what I signed up for.
Excited to be here today to talk about BG's results for 2024. In 2024, BG achieved 115% of the goal. In the year, we returned $152 million in incentives and bill credits back to BG customers. In addition, the customers will see about $500 million in estimated lifetime savings through these improvements in 2024. And lastly, this includes avoided generation and millions of lifetime of megawatt hours savings and eventually GHG savings. Turning to the residential results for 2024, if we go to the next slide. I want to touch on a few notable highlights as well as an update on in our home performance program. So first touching on the midstream HVAC program. In 2024, we again achieved the goal. In addition, 2/3 of the savings that came through this program were for heat pump measures. This program is for electric heating and cooling equipment only for BG. And lastly, this is the work of years of collaboration with stakeholders across the industry to get to these results, and we're proud of the progress that's been made in the midstream HVAC program. Turning over to the Quick Home Energy Checkup program, this has been a very successful program for BG over the years. It's a great way for customers to learn more about how their home uses energy, And in 2024, we had 70,000 customers that participated in this program, and we also hit a milestone of over 500,000 BGE customers have received a quick home energy checkup. This program also is a great program to drive customers to participate in other programs, and it's not just the BGE EmPOWER program, but it's also been a driver to contribute leads to DHCD with over 2,000 leads in 2024 for their programs. And then lastly, I want to touch on the home performance program. Clearly, this program did not achieve goal in 2024. However, I do want to make a couple notes. First of all, we took an aggressive stance on this program, hoping to increase the results that we were seeing, the trends that we were seeing in this program. We had increased the goal 3 times what the goal was in 2024. So this was a very aggressive goal that we set out to try to achieve. We continue to work on this program, and we are seeing year-over-year growth results in this program, but it's been a work in progress. We were hoping that strong economic indicators that we saw, the exciting IRA incentives that were on the table at the time when we rolled this out, were going to help drive this. We continue to engage with contractors and other stakeholders to find new avenues, and we believe additions like electrification provide a continued drivers for this program to help us meet the cycle goal. And lastly, I do want to touch on kind of more of a forward-looking thing, which is the moderate income offer that was approved in the home performance program. This was something that got approved last summer, and just want to speak to this a little bit because I know there's a deliverable due to the legislative bodies in Annapolis on the moderate income. So this program, we've continued to collaborate with DHCD on this. We've continued to work with stakeholders. We identified a contractor that worked with both DHCD as well as in our home performance program. That way they understood kind of both programs. We've identified about 70 leads of customers. 41 actually, when we did further investigation, got referred to DHCD, and we're continuing to work with 35 leads in this moderate income offer. So I'm very excited about that, and definitely know there's a timely deliverable due shortly to Annapolis, and willing to give continued updates if needed on that. So now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Samya, to touch on the behavioral programs.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. This is Soumya Krishnamurthy. My last name is KRISHNAMOORTHY. I'm here to talk about our residential behavioral program. I'll start with customer engagement and product updates. We continue to have a high level of engagement with our reports and modules. We drove a 33% increase in our home energy survey by administering it in innovative ways and making it easier for our customers to complete. This survey gives us insights about the customer's home, the age of the home, their heating source, whether they have an EV, and the type of appliance they use. And this allows us to improve the information we put out in our reports, personalize insights, and also target customers better for cross-promotion of other programs. Staying on the topic of product upgrades, we continue to improve our DSAG insights, particularly in the TOU coaching reports, by adding additional appliances to our DSAG capabilities. We're now able to detect dishwashers and pool pumps used during peak periods, and then reach out to customers with targeted coaching on how to shift these use off-peak. We also conducted a number of customer research activities. We conducted GHG message testing in our home energy reports, and also used focus groups to understand GHG awareness among BGE customers, and explored what customers see as the role of BGE versus the role of customers in reducing GHG and meeting state goals. Our customers told us that while they see utilities driving this change, they realize that customers play a supportive role, and they look at the utility for education, guidance, and accessible programs. And they're concerned about sort of the higher initial costs and the long-term savings that come with electrification. We'll continue to use the findings from these reports in our behavioral outbound messaging to educate our customers and cross-promote our programs. With that, I will pass this over to Emeka.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Emeka Iguilo for the CNI portfolio, EMEKA, last name IGWILO. I'm pleased to report that the CNI portfolio exceeded its goals while remaining within budget, demonstrating strong program execution and the financial efficiency piece of it. The direct install model and improved marketing allowed the small business program to successfully compensate for the reduced CHP emphasis and its eventual sunset last December, ensuring continued support for Maryland's businesses. Beyond program performance, our initiatives delivered meaningful energy savings across the community, benefiting schools and businesses alike, as outlined in some of the highlighted examples you see here, with some of these customers in the environmental justice zones. These results reflect our continued commitment to energy efficiency, cost savings, as well as the environmental impact, ensuring that Maryland businesses as well as institutions continue to benefit from our programs. Thank you. With that, I will turn it over to my colleague Kevin, who leads the load management team.
Good morning. Kevin Knight with BGE's Load Management Programs. Last name is KNIGHT. I will give a quick recap of our 2024 load management programs, which include a successful PJM compliance event. So that was just a test event. We did not have any true emergent PJM events. We did have one energy savings day, which is when we operate our Smart Energy Rewards, our behavioral program, as well as our device-based programs, Connect Rewards and Peak Rewards. And we also had 6 Connect Rewards events, which what's notable about them is we are testing varying temperature offset and time duration strategies to really figure out how we can further improve our customer experience in our future programs. With that, I can conclude BGE's presentation, and we are available for questions if you have any.
All right. So, questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Schlesman?
Yes. Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. So why don't we start with the load management. So this is as long as we're sort of on this, and my question relates not just to that, but to all aspects of BGE. So, I mean, I read your presentations and the comments of others, and I think what I'm still missing is how these programs relate to the goal of BGE, not sort of the numbers goal, not the 2% goal. But I guess the question is, to what end? Why are we doing this? Are we doing this just to reach a number? I would think not. It's a lot of money that we're putting in to reach a number. So I mean, this last slide is really sort of the only slide that gets to where I think this program should be going, and it seems to me that all of this should be tied to what it is that BGE would like to see from all of the money that we're investing in EmPOWER. I mean, you know, we'd like to see reductions in usage. We'd like to see load flattening. We'd like to see ways in which we can reduce constraints on feeder lines. It can't just be that we'd like to see a 2% reduction. It has to be a 2% reduction for a particular reason, and I feel like that's missing. This last slide is the only slide of your presentation that starts to get to this issue, but it only just scratches the surface. So I'm not getting the sense that you're tying EmPOWER to the other things that BGE is doing. I mean, it seems to be its own program without a reason. So I guess, you know, we have EmPOWER, but to what effect? Why are we doing this?
Commissioner Sussman, Joel Michelle on behalf of BG. I guess the short end of it is that, in a sense, what we are presenting in this proceeding is focused on EmPOWER. But when the commission approves particular programs, it is not in isolation. It is taken into account some of the desired goals that you've articulated this morning. Load management, peak shaving, which all have the effect of hopefully reducing prices. But the team that's here this morning are focused on presenting the EmPOWER sort of snapshot of that larger goal.
But I don't see the goal, and that's the concern I have, is that it feels very siloed. So I feel like you are literally responding to what the legislature has told you to do. You need to do that 2% reduction. But why? I mean, I don't. It's hard for me to imagine that the General Assembly had sort of created EmPOWER because they just wanted to see you beat the 2% reductions. I mean, there is a reason why we're having it, and it's a lot of money. And I've said before that I'm a little concerned about the program anyway, because it feels very aggressive, and so low and moderate income ratepayers are paying a lot of money into this program, not getting a lot of value. So if we have this program in place, there has to be a reason for it. We can't just be meeting a target. And so all of these, it just, your presentation feels very lacking in why are we doing this. I mean, people go on diets to lose weight. They don't go on diets because they just want to see the numbers go up and down. And that's, I mean, on some level, this is a diet, and we want to see a result, and it has to be tied to the result, and I'm not getting that, and I'm frustrated. And I thought I was going to start to see that, and I guess I keep saying this every time we have these proceedings, and I'm hoping to see at one point, somebody hearing me and putting together a presentation that actually looks to what we're trying to accomplish. Sort of focused on, there's no reason why EmPOWER can't be focused on addressing constraints on feeder lines, so you don't have to build out more distribution. There's no reason why EmPOWER can't be focused on flattening the load curve so that we can reduce the amount of capacity payments we have to make. They're not tied together, so it really does feel to me like we just keep throwing money out, and there's no purpose behind it.
Yeah, Commissioner Sussman, I completely understand your frustration, but I think it's important to keep in mind that EmPOWER is not a utility constructed program or creation, right? As you mentioned, it is a product of statute. And in terms of the purpose,
telling you to do it is a product of statute. Your programs, everything you just presented, those were not created by the General Assembly.
Sure.
They were created by you, and there's no reason why you can't take those programs and tie them to what you're trying to accomplish. I mean, we're getting very frustrated with capacity payments, and they're very, very high. I continue to be frustrated that we keep having these proceedings talking about these issues, and none of them are being tied to what it is you're trying to accomplish.
I believe the statute from which EmPOWER comes from provides the purpose of the program, and as you've mentioned, the utilities, including BGE, is trying to be responsive to that statute that says energy efficiency and GHG reduction is the goal here, and we're responding to that. And it seems that you would like to have an additional purpose and goal for particular programs that is created by the utilities, but to that, I would say our purpose, our goal, is to assist the state in meeting its goal of GHG reduction.
So let me ask you. So if you are proposing a program that resulted in significant GHG reduction and at the same time would cause you to have to build out significantly your distribution system, would you say that that's a program that you should go forward with because it's meeting the requirements of the statute?
Not necessarily. I think we have to look at some of the details, including the cost-benefit analysis, and we're not making those decisions in isolation. Other stakeholders, including the Commission, would review our proposal and say, no, this is too expensive, find a cheaper way to do it. But the goal, the target, is what has been identified and articulated in Annapolis, which is reduce GHG emissions.
To the exclusion of everything else.
No, and I think that's why we have this process. When we propose programs and stakeholders review those programs and identify changes that they think would be beneficial, and the goal is to come up with the best set of programs that achieve the state's goals. And I do believe, Commissioner Suchman, that yes, you could have a sort of secondary goal of, say, load management, peak shaving, reducing the cost of energy on these high demand days. That could be a secondary goal, but I don't think the utilities have the authority to say, we have this statute, Annapolis, our legislators have indicated this is the goal, and we're going to make it into something else. I think we are in some ways confined to the extent we can meet some of these other valuable goals within the confines of the goals that our legislator have established. We certainly will try to do that.
So you think that the General Assembly is intentionally siloed each of their, I suppose Commissioner Barve can better answer that, but you... I'm good. Okay, good. So you think that the legislature sort of looks at all of these different things that they want to accomplish, and they want to silo in their focus just on this and on nothing else, because they did have lots of things to say about capacity payments and transmission generation build out. You're suggesting that we ignore all of that.
No, not at all.
And just be focused just on this and just on GHG.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Because I feel like that's what you're doing in these proposals. I'm getting no sense that what you're proposing to us is considering any of the other things that the General Assembly wants us to look at and wants the utilities to look at.
Yeah, and let me take a step back, because maybe it is that there is a misalignment or misunderstanding of what these presentations were meant to convey. So today we're not presenting new programs. We're simply reporting on the results of programs that have already been vetted and approved by the Commission. So to the extent there are other types of programs that you want to see, Commissioner Suchman, that help achieve other goals beyond just GHG reduction and energy efficiency, we can certainly have that conversation. I just don't think that
I understand, and maybe this, in part, this is sort of me venting, but you can do both. I'm not saying that ignore what EmPOWER wants you to do. What I'm suggesting is, and this has been a continual frustration for me, is that this is a lot of money. We're not talking about a little bit of money. We're talking about a lot of money that the ratepayers are paying. So we want to get the biggest bang for the buck, and I don't feel like we're getting that. And I also don't feel like we're tapping into the things that we need to do long term to reduce rates, because that is really our responsibility. And so I see our rates continuing to go up. EmPOWER is a significant chunk of that, and I feel like we're not getting full value.
Understood.
So,
Understood.
okay, thank you.
Mr. Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. I've been away from EmPOWER issues a little bit for the last 2 years or so, so forgive me if I'm missing on something more recent. I tried to get up to speed, so let's hope that that doesn't happen. I really just had one question for BGE this morning for your report related to your C&I efficiency programs. As you probably can imagine, during the course of the last couple of months, I got to spend some time with the representatives, the elected officials, and the General Assembly, and they asked a lot of questions about consumers' utility bills and the costs that customers are facing. One of the things that I was a little surprised to hear is that a number of our public schools requested fairly significant increases in their budgets, and the primary reason for that was the increase in energy costs. And I noticed in your C&I efficiency programs, you actually identified during this past program cycle some instances where, in particular, school systems received savings. And so what I'm curious to find out about is we're shifting now to more of an emission reduction as opposed to energy savings model. But going long term, are these some of the solutions and initiatives that you established during this past cycle? Are these things that are going to live on? Because we do have these public schools that are still trying to well, they were talking about multiple millions of dollars, and that's obviously that's money they could be going to educate the kids instead of paying for some generator somewhere. So I'd like to know if this is something that we can still have our school systems learn from and hopefully redirect some of that money back in the classroom as opposed to at the meter.
Certainly. So some of our EmPOWER right now with the GHG switch is a balancing act between both, say, fuel switching, where you are saving on burning fossil fuels, as well as the energy efficiency piece that could also save some cost. And so right now it's a balancing act between both of those things. For last year, our program was still very much focused on that energy efficiency piece, specifically the KWH, as we call it, basically energy consumption. And so what you see here is still that continued focus, even as we restructure and include a lot of the fuel switching piece, a lot of the more, I would say, GHG savings that are more pure combustion fuels. But for now, we still have those both in balance, and so we will still see instances of schools that could save some money because they are also focused on energy efficiency. We don't intend to remove that from our portfolio at this moment. It's still part of that because, again, as you reduce energy efficiency, you also do see some savings GHG-wise as well.
So, thank you, and I appreciate that. Are these solutions exportable? I mean, do they require direct connection with BGE? I mean, is there an application a company, or in this case, a school system has to submit, or is this something that can be shared and made available so that, because every school system was dealing with the same challenge, so obviously EmPOWER can't fund them all. So are there some things that the school systems can do with BGE's assistance or guidance to help bring those costs down?
I think at this moment, and I know that Eric and Joel mentioned some of the funds that we're still considering federal support as well. That is still within some of the levels of uncertainty. But within our programs at the moment, we have different sort of channels to support programs. For instance, our small businesses supports institutions, including schools, that may not be able to provide as an equitable funding to support the build out of these energy efficient equipment or the lighting upgrades. And so we're able to sort of channel those businesses, those entities to programs that have higher incentives.
And Commissioner Linton, just to add to that, we're always available and willing to meet with particular customers to discuss how they can reduce their energy bills, and whether that be with respect to specific EmPOWER programs or outside of that. It's not just limited to the EmPOWER offerings. We can sit down with customers, including commercial customers, schools in particular, and have those discussions.
So, and thank you for that, both of you. So, are you waiting for them to contact you, or are you proactively in some way reaching out to them? Because again, this is something that's happened across your entire service territory, and they've already put the money requests in their budgets. So, we already know they're struggling with this.
No, we're doing both. So we have proactive measures where we actually have account managers who do reach out, and we find other ways to collaborate even with our residential programs when they go out, because we recognize that there are residents who are also either commercial customers or they work in schools, and so we're able to sort of collaborate on that effort as well. But we do have that proactive outreach.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chair Jessica Yu on behalf of BGE, last name spelled Y-U. I just wanted to add to Emeka's response there about the dedicated outreach that we do, particularly to the school system. We actually have dedicated staff that are account managers that specifically focus on this building sector. So they're doing proactive outreach to public and private schools in our jurisdictions and helping and guide them through the application process. So they'll actually sit down with them to kind of walk them through how they can participate, and we try to make the process as seamless as possible because we do understand that, especially for this building sector, it's challenging. They've got a lot of other priorities they need to focus on, and so participation in EmPOWER should be kind of towards the end of the bottom of the list in terms of effort.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I guess what I would just suggest and hopefully and recommend is that you would kind of redouble the effort. I mean, in some cases, these school systems, when they place it in their budget going forward, your account executives might not have seen the impact on them yet because they haven't actually consumed the energy. This is what they anticipate going forward. And so when they submit that full budget to the elected officials, et cetera, that's when they're having that challenge of trying to just get enough money to pay the bills going forward. But it might not have shown up on your end yet because it's not at the meter yet. So we know it's coming. They know it's coming, and they're planning for it now. So this is really the opportunity time to kind of reach out to them.
Yeah, absolutely. We try to kind of tie up in terms of like a lot of these things are cyclical, like you said, like the planning of these kind of major retrofits in schools. And so we try to make sure that we're inserting ourselves in that process early on. And so a lot of this work, ends up being conducted in the summer. So making sure that we have meetings set up proactively with schools in a time frame in which they're able to include that in kind of their capital planning for the year.
All right, thank you. I did have a few questions regarding the BRA results, but I think I will save them for a little later. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Actually, before I turn to Commissioner Barbe, let me just ask one follow-up question on the school situation. So do you interact with a designated official from each county's school system, or do you go below that and talk to the individual schools? I mean, how does the process work?
I think it depends on the situation, but I think oftentimes we usually work with in a county, for example, they usually have an environmental kind of director who has some authority or jurisdiction over the buildings in that county, and so we do have relationships with those individuals, but oftentimes they'll ask us to work directly with the facilities managers at these schools to actually kind of determine what are the right measures for that school to install.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Barbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just set the context for EmPOWER, since I was present at the creation of it. 25-something years ago, the Environmental Matters, what was then called the Environmental Matters Committee, I was on it, and we were looking for ways to fight global climate change by inserting mandates for certain kinds of appliances, certain kinds of indoor lamps, certain kinds of appliances in that fashion, and it very quickly became apparent that that wasn't the best way to go about this. The EmPOWER program was promoted to a great extent by the environmental community as a mechanism to use energy efficiency to do a couple of things. Number one, to drive down greenhouse gas emissions, and number two, to save money for customers / constituents. And it was very much seen through the context of saving money for customers while cleaning up the environment. That was very much the mindset in that committee, which I later went on to chair when it was renamed Environment and Transportation. That was very much in the mindset of the legislature. At that time, I can let you know that nobody in the legislature, at least not in my committee, perhaps in Economic Matters and in Finance and the Senate side, nobody was really thinking about these meta issues associated with distribution costs and transmission costs. These were not, there was no attempt to silo these issues because really it was not an issue that we were savvy enough to know about in those days. Now, fast forward to the Climate Solutions Now Act, and in the lead up to that law, and as you know, under the CSNA, we increased the EmPOWER fees. We gritted our teeth and we increased those fees because we were very aware of the fact that this would have a negative impact to a certain extent, but we were hopeful that the money that was pulled together would allow ratepayers / constituents to save money by having more energy efficient appliances and the like. But it was during that period of time that the environmental advocacy community began to realize that just going for a reduction in electric power generation probably wasn't the best goal, because their new goal was electrification. Their goal was, we're going to fight global climate change by moving Maryland into the direction of electrification, which means more cold climate air source heat pumps. It means more electric vehicles. It means less and less and less natural gas, oil, and that sort of thing. And so they began to realize, and they and their allies in the legislature who wanted to fight global climate change began to realize that there was a tension between the goal of reducing electric power usage and electrification, and that's why the emphasis was moved to GHG reduction rather than just that. But I just want to say that throughout the whole process in the legislature, the desire was to reduce ratepayer / constituent bills. That is part of the motivation. So Mr. Michel, let me just ask you a very quick question here. So my belief is that the EmPOWER program doesn't permit usage of those funds to, say, build a gigantic battery to smooth out our distribution or our transmission as a GHG reduction solution. The current EmPOWER program won't allow us to do that legislatively. Am I correct?
Well, I don't know if the restriction is necessarily inherent in the legislation. I think that if we were to propose such a program before this commission, the commission would have great concerns because of the cost of that, and I'm sure other stakeholders would have other concerns as well. So in terms of a cost benefit, in terms of the goal of reducing GHG emissions and lowering bills, we might come to the conclusion that that's probably not a good idea.
Well, the reason I asked the question in the way in which I asked it was because let's for a moment put aside the issue of cost and just think about what the EmPOWER program allows us to spend money on. It is seen as a program that's intended to have, energy efficient light bulbs, energy efficient hot water heaters, energy efficient HVAC systems. Typically, these are behind the meter upgrades, and even caulking windows. I mean, these are all behind the meter upgrades. And from the point of view of the law, that's the intent. It's not to use these monies to build an in front of the meter anything.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And would you agree that for us to be able to use those monies for a in front of the meter project, no matter how, worthy it is, we would need a legislative change?
Yeah. So I would point to one provision in the statute. I consider this to be a sort of catch-all provision.
Okay.
And it's under Section 7222 D. D1 reads, and let me read the provision in whole. It says, the Commission shall encourage and promote the efficient use and conservation of energy in support of the greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals and targets required under Title II, Subtitle 12 of the Environmental Article, established by the Commission under Section 7223B of this subtitle and specified in Section 7224A2 of this subtitle by, and here's the pertinent part, requiring each electric company and gas company to establish any program or service the Commission determines to be appropriate and cost effective. Now, again, I'm not suggesting that it would be a wise idea to spend ratepayer funds on a large battery project, especially given the expensing model that we have in EmPOWER. But that provision, I think, is broad enough. If the Commission deemed a particular service or program was in the best interest of ratepayers, the Commission has the authority to direct the utility to implement that program or service, given the other constraints within the Act.
I wasn't aware of that provision, and that, I have to say that surprises me a bit, because it was never in my mind that the Public Service Commission would use those monies in that fashion. It was always seen to me, and I think by most of my colleagues, as a behind the meter program. I have some questions about these efficiency programs, like with Annapolis High School, New Life Food Service, Patterson Middle School, and I have to say, I mean, I know I'm going to run back to my laptop and run the numbers. I bet these things pay for themselves in year two and three in two cases, and probably by year 10 have like a 14% internal rate of return to them. But I'm just curious, these are mostly, what are these? Are these weatherization? Are these cold climate air source heat pumps? What kind of, do you know what kind of projects these are?
Those are primarily retrofit lighting, so changing out inefficient light bulbs, LED more, yes, for the Annapolis piece as well as the New Life Food Service. For Patterson Mill, we have the building tune-up, which is sort of like how tuning up your car, making sure it's running more efficiently, things like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I like these numbers. So one frustration I had with the Montgomery County public school system, and I know that you probably have, do you have any Montgomery County schools in your footprint? Probably not, but maybe one or two.
Probably.
Okay. One of my great frustrations with them was they simply refused to consider under any circumstance the use of geothermal heat pumps. But suppose there was a school in your footprint who decided, you know what, it's an 80-year-old school, we have to redo everything, we want to do a geothermal heating and cooling system. Is that the sort of project that you would actively consider?
Given the same cost-benefit analysis that Joel just mentioned, is something that absolutely we can consider, especially within our custom program.
Okay.
Hey, Commissioner Barber, on that note, keep in mind that I believe Washington Gas, along with BGE, has a network geothermal pilot program that is in the works.
Yeah, no, they do. All right, Mr. Chairman, that's it for me for now. Thank you.
Okay. So at the risk of this sounding like
Yeah,
Oh,
excuse
wait.
me. Thank you
Okay.
very much, Chairman. Commissioners, I'm Amy Chandler with BGE. I just wanted to address Commissioner Suchman's comments earlier in terms of our load management programs that we offer. And just provide some light in the fact that our load management programs, we are using them to derive learnings and address the constraints on the grid. And while we had a healthy dialogue about the intent of EmPOWER, I just didn't want it to go unnoticed and unrecognized that, our work in those load management programs, we are using them, for instance, for our upcoming Drive Act proposal, and to take the impacts of that program and understand how we can specifically use those learnings to address many of the constraints that you listed before.
Okay, so, and I appreciate that, and I know that you're doing that. I guess what I'd like to see are the numbers.
Okay.
What have you seen? Where and what are you trying to target? So that it's not just we're doing demand response. We're doing demand response to address this particular issue, and this is what we're seeing as a result. I would love to see those numbers, and I think that would make your program look stronger and also look more relevant. And it also gives us the chance to then look at that and see if there's something else that's missing, because we can't tell if something's missing if we can't see the bigger picture of what it is you're trying to do.
Understood, and I appreciate that feedback. We'll be sure to include that in upcoming pilots and proposals. And at the same time, I would encourage any of my colleagues, at the table, if there's any information that we can share to that end in terms of our load management programs, if you would be interested in hearing about it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
If the chair is, are you finished? You haven't even started. I just have just a very quick question. So I'm looking at OPC's comments. So this is on page 16 of their comments, or 19 of their comments, and it appears that you are over your budget for spend. Is that correct?
No, we're under budget.
You're under budget.
Under budget. Yep.
Okay, so do you know the page that I'm referring to in OPC's comments? And the only reason I'm asking is because I won't get another chance to ask. So as long as you're...
Yes, so the savings, we are exceeding the savings target, but we are underspent.
You're underspending. Okay. Yeah, it would be really good if I read this carefully. Okay, so each of the utilities on this page is seeing less spending, more savings. That was...
That is correct.
Yeah, you thought it was a rhetorical question. And sometimes I do ask those too. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think getting to some of the points that have been made by both Commissioner Barbay and Commissioner Suchman, when EmPOWER was first created, because I was there too, not in the legislature, but in a different capacity, it was actually in response to concerns that were raised by PJM saying, oh, demand is going like this and we need to do something to respond to that. And their suggestion, of course, was let's build more transmission lines. And the decision was, well, there's two ways we can do this. We could either build more transmission lines, or we can engage in an effort to try to lower the demand. And so the initial legislation was pitched at doing two things. One, decreasing the overall demand, and in particular, decreasing peak demand. And so the idea was to try to get the companies working on that. And I think what we're saying is, we're now, come full circle, and PJM is now saying, oh, we got all these demand issues and things like that. And so to the extent that EmPOWER can be used to accomplish those goals of now, having demand impacting customers' bills with the way the PJM market is set up, I think we'd be interested in seeing ideas from the company, either how the current programs are actually accomplishing those goals, or suggestions from you on, hey, maybe we should try this as a way of trying to get to these larger goals, which also fits in with the newly reconstituted goal from the legislature of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So.
Yeah. No, we'll do. I'll definitely take that back. I will also note the complexity of the issue. And I think Commissioner Barve sort of touched on this. But now that we have turned our focus on GHG reduction, which includes in large part electrification, it's expected that you're going to see an increase in usage because you're encouraging customers to electrify. I completely agree that the goal is still multifaceted,
right?
And we will
Okay.
go back to the drawing board and try to come up with the best proposals.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So now let's turn to your Exelon siblings, Pepco and DPL. So.
So what is the case that? That's fine.
Ready to go? All right. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Taylor Beckham here on behalf of Potomac Electric Power Company and Delmarva Power and Light Company, PHI. And I will also not go through introducing who I have up here with me. I'll let them introduce themselves as they go on.
All right. Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Brian Crawford, BryanCrawford. I am the manager of Pepco Holdings Maryland Energy Efficiency Portfolio. I'm pleased to join you today to highlight the performance of our EmPOWER Maryland programs. Right. Overall, Pepco portfolio finished the 2024 year slightly below the 2% energy savings goal at 1.77%, while Delmarva Power portfolio exceeded the statewide target, finishing 2024 at 2.08% of the 2016 baseline. Both utilities made considerable progress over the second half of the year, with Pepco and Delmarva Power increasing energy savings by 164% and 126% respectively over the first half of the year. Pepco's second half turnaround was largely driven by the commercial portfolio's performance, as incentive increases introduced and/or developed during the first half of the year led to an increase in applications and project completions in Q3 and Q4. Community outreach events, limited time offers, and targeted marketing campaigns were instrumental in the residential portfolio's overall success as it exceeded its goal. While the company's strong Q3 and Q4 was not enough to offset its slow first half, the second half turnaround gives the utility confidence that the portfolio is well positioned to meet its goals moving forward. Delmarva Power's performance, by contrast, was consistent throughout the year. The residential portfolio's overall participation grew by 16% compared to 2023. Despite post-pandemic challenges in the commercial sector, the C&I portfolio performed well, narrowly missing its savings target by 1 percentage point. Across the Pepco and Delmarva Power service territory, our demand response offerings continue to deliver significant value. Residential and small commercial customers provided up to 288 megawatts of peak demand reduction capabilities with life cycle energy cost savings of more than $82,000. Our active device counts supported the viability of our system resources, as bring your own device enrollment increased by approximately 34%, which is nearly 6,000 devices in the second half of the year. Performance-wise, the residential program portfolio for both utilities exceeded savings targets while remaining under budget, with Pepco and Delmarva Power achieving 113% and 101% of the annual savings target, respectively. Highlighted are a few of the programs that contributed to the residential success during the reporting period. In Pepco, the Home Performance with Energy Star program saw its highest participation in program history, recording 2,955 audits, a 6% increase from 2023. Conversely, the company saw a 57% project conversion rate, also a program milestone. The incentive cap increased from $7,500 to $10,000, re-engagement of customers who had participated more than 5 years ago, and extended limited time offers all contributed to positive 2024 results. The program's moderate income offering was also launched in late Q4. Though this offering did not contribute to program performance in 2024, it offers an additional path for participation for a traditionally underrepresented customer segment. Delmarva Power's appliance rebates program achieved 139% of its annual savings goal, using less than 70% of its incentive budget, in part through partnerships with local nonprofits to distribute energy efficiency kits. Such cost effectiveness provides both the program and portfolio greater flexibility throughout the remainder of the cycle. Both utilities' commercial portfolios produce strong second halves, with Pepco claiming more than 80,000 megawatt-hour savings between July and December. This represents the portfolio's highest single-period savings total since 2021. Ultimately, it was not enough to overcome the slow start, and the program finished at 76% of its target. The program delays that contributed to Pepco's custom programs underperformance through the first 6 months of the year were resolved by early Q4, as the program claimed more than 60% of its savings goal between July and October. The program exceeded its annual savings target and maintains a strong project pipeline heading into 2025. We will continue to monitor all program incentive budgets to ensure that resources are properly aligned with performance. Delmarva Power recorded 26,520 megawatt-hour savings in the reporting period, leaving the company just shy of its 2024 target. Delmarva Power's commercial portfolio performance was steady throughout the year as it continued to engage with the larger business community, including local chambers of commerce and business associations. The custom and midstream programs were major drivers of the portfolio's performance, achieving 157% and 140% of the annual savings targets, respectively. Overall, PHI's commercial customers have expressed satisfaction with the EmPOWER energy efficiency programs, with 97% of online survey respondents indicating satisfaction with the program, its value, and ease of participation. And with that, I will turn things over to Jacob Sneeden.
Thank you, Brian. Good morning, Commissioners. Chair Hoover, thank you for having us this morning. My name is Jake Sneeden. I'm the Director of Regulatory Initiatives, and in my portfolio I have the Behavioral Program as well as the Demand Response Program, which I'll be covering this morning. In the second half of 2024, our programs continued to make good progress across the board. In particular, just really good growth in a strong demand response portfolio that can bid into the PJM capacity market and help us address those challenges there. And really, that's our goal with these core programs, is maintaining them as a strong asset that we can bid in. In particular, my comments this morning will highlight the progress of our BYOD, or Bring Your Own Device model, which continued to show really strong growth in the second half of 2024. And we also began offering that to our small commercial customers in April of 2024, which was very exciting. So I'll start in Pepco, Maryland, where our demand response programs met participation goals both for the residential and small commercial sectors. This was driven, as Brian highlighted, by strong growth in the BYOD offerings, that 35% growth over the first half of the year. That marked the strongest 6-month growth period that we've seen in BYOD since we first launched it in 2018. So we're really encouraged by those numbers and very excited about what's to come with this program. In addition, for both residential and commercial customers, we made progress installing AMI connected load control switches. These devices are improving our operational performance of our system with a 98 to 100% uptime, and then they also alert us when they're offline. So that's really improving the operational performance of our overall portfolio. I'll switch to DPL Maryland, where we also saw strong growth in our BYOD program, a 25% increase from the first half of the year to the second half of the year in participation. However, the program did fall slightly below targets for both the small commercial and the residential, and that was primarily driven by legacy paging switches that were reaching their end of life, and our replacements did not keep up with our replacements did not keep up with those legacy devices coming offline. So that's something we're focused on in 2025, ensuring our planning is adjusted to account for those devices coming offline. I also just highlight we have a lot of marketing and promotional activities that are ongoing to educate customers about these programs, drive awareness as well as enrollment. And as we look ahead to the summer season, we did complete our preseason tests, and those were successful on April 24th. And we've communicated with our customers about who are enrolled in the program to make sure that they're ready for the season as well. And then finally, I'll just note, as we look at our pilots and new programs that are coming online, we are excited that our flexible load management as well, excuse me, our flexible load management as well as our locational demand response programs are set to launch on June 1. And then as well, our winter demand response program is expected to launch in November. We're very excited to bring these pilots online to see how we can take this robust tool that, really has a core offering and expand it to address some of those forward-looking challenges that we see with electrification. How can we use this asset to address winter load? As we see feeder constraints, can we use these assets as a non-wire solution to address those? So very excited to have those programs coming online here in the next month, and look forward to reporting out on their progress to you over the coming year. And then I'll close just by touching on the behavioral program quickly. We continue to see these be effective communications channels with customers that are providing very efficient cost savings. And as we look at the behavioral tools, our customers continue to give them high marks, and we see good customer satisfaction. In addition, very low unsubscribe rate, and so we're pleased with the performance of our behavioral programs as well. And I'll end there. Thank you.
So, anything else?
We are now open for questions. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. Not afternoon yet. Good morning to PHI. I had a question about your moderate income program and the implementation of it. I noticed that I believe you testified or stated a few moments ago that you began the program in fourth quarter.
We did add the sub-offering to our existing home performance program in Q4 of 2024. Okay. So it took off in Q4. Don't have a lot of numbers at the end of 2024, but we're encouraged by the numbers that we've seen to this point, with it being in effect for roughly six months or so.
Okay. So that's a group of customers that doesn't tend to receive a lot of assistance type information, either from the state or from the utility companies. So I'm curious as to how you're going to, and how you've been not only approaching them, but how you're going to measure success in reaching them. Because again, this is a group that isn't always one that receives these kind of communications. So their both curiosity and skepticism might both be on display at the same time.
Right. So with this specific sub-offering, we really look to do targeted marketing through emailing campaigns, but also our community outreach, so attending community events, bringing pamphlets and brochures to that, so talking to customers in the community and letting them know about this new service that we have, or this new program sub-offering that we have. And to this point, again, we're looking more so into 2025. We've received 100 applications in Pepco and Delmarva Power, coordinating with DHCD. So we do have that coordination going on, using that same contractor, so that when there's an instance of a contractor going for any home performance, they can also speak to the program, the offerings, what the customer is eligible for, and customers in this segment, we're really trying to incentivize or give them higher incentives for participating. So it's not the same retail, $100 payment for an audit. They're receiving the audit for free if they qualify, and then to receive the actual project, much less cost for them. So that's really how we're going about, is just our marketing and really looking at getting out in the community, spreading the information to whatever community events that we're attending.
Okay, yeah, so, when I first saw the number of 100 applications, I said, no, that's modest, not for a fairly large customer base of people who are customers who could, many of whom could benefit for something like this. But now you're looking to shift into more of an emissions reduction type of program. So have you thought through, and I know you're right now you're reporting on what you've already done, but I don't believe you're coming back. So from a panel perspective, looking forward, have you been considering how what your new messaging is going to be to these consumers, keeping in mind that by the time you start reaching out to them again, the capacity cost issues that are going to be on customers' bills, it'll be summertime and even later in the summer, so they will have probably a lot of thoughts about the costs and the expenses they are paying now for utility service. So you're going to have a lot to filter through as you try and share the benefits of these programs to them.
Right, and again, just our coordination with DHCD, the other EmPOWER utilities through our working group, just trying to devise different ways to effectively reach this group, not only through this program, this sub-program, but other offerings as well to reach that customer segment. Again, I think right now at this time we're working internally with our different groups, so our government affairs teams, our customer impact teams, to just develop sound messaging that's going out. Again, when we're in the communities, we're hosting multiple events, especially during this time, May, April, again, going backwards somewhat, but April, May, June, those time periods to make sure we have that messaging together. Really, again, just let the consumers and the customers know that this is available. 6 months into the program, I think the biggest thing that we want to see is that customers are aware of the program, and then leave it to them when we go through with this outreach piece, push for what we're really pushing for.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll end with that. I just wanted to make sure that, and this is really more of a message for all the companies, that you are preparing for that time as you start reaching out to consumers a bit more, that you're probably going to find them a bit more, and I'm sure you've already seen this and experienced it, but you're going to find them a bit with a lot more questions about the what's in their bill. And so you might approach them with information about the moderate income offering, and they're going to be asking you a lot of other things too. So keeping it as a holistic approach is going to be very helpful.
Definitely.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I got.
Commissioner Barbie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at your page 4, which has to do with commercial and industrial energy efficiency programs, I noticed that the Pepco segment achieved only, I don't want to be overcritical here, but 76% compared to Delmarva's portfolio achievements. And you must have explained that, and I must have missed it. So if you'll indulge me, tell me why it was and what your philosophy is on altering the trajectory in this instance.
Right. So in the first half of the year, we got off to a slow start. In the first half of the year, when we met in October of 2024, we kind of brought this up. There were project delays. The start of a new cycle also played into this. In the second half of the year, however, we incorporated just LTOs that we wanted to see. So really incentivizing those projects that had longer lead times to close out within 2024, so we could actually claim those savings. We incentivized those, so we had that. We were able to re-stand up our small business program, which had restarted with the start of this new cycle. those were really some of the key items that we saw for the second half of the year, and that's what drove our performance, where we were able to, really make headway on our performance for the second half of the year. At June, I believe we were only at about 22% to goal. So it really was about us engaging our customers and really pushing them to get the projects that were in their pipeline done. A lot of things go into commercial projects, whether it's lighting or HVAC, and some of those things are out of our control, but really what we looked to do in terms of a strategy was how can we incentivize the more we had the budget to do so, and that, I think, helped our push to get them there.
Okay, so basically you're saying it was just just logistical problems in the first part of the year.
Timing came into it, but again, when we look at the last cycle as well, in 2023, our performance in Pepco, we achieved gold there. And a lot of that happened in December of 2023. So we're closing out projects, starting out, basically at square one for 2024. So that had a lot to do with it. But we were encouraged by our second half.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sussman.
Okay. Good morning. So I don't need to rehash, and so Speckham was really lucky to go second. But I would like to see, sort of goals and results, and especially in terms of the behavioral demand side of it. It's great that you guys are doing this, and so I really encourage you to continue. But we'd like to see, where you're targeting those efforts and what you're seeing in terms of results. So, in terms of your appliance rebates, I'm assuming that you're relying on federal standards for efficiency, or either from DOE or EPA's Energy Star. Okay. Have you thought about the consequences of efforts we're hearing from the federal government to eliminate the efficiency standards? I mean, certainly we can't base an appliance rebate program on a dumbing down of the standards, for lack of a better term. And so has Pepco and maybe even Exelon Utilities as a whole thought about how you're going to be able to approach appliance rebates when you lose the federal focus?
So, to that question, I think that we've already started the discussions on what our path forward will be. Really got wind of it more so last week, so very early in those discussions now, but we're putting that game plan together, and we.
Okay. I mean, we're expecting to see lots of litigation, so who knows how long the process is going to take, but it's good to have some game plan in place, to the extent that we do see those efficiency standards go away.
Yes, that's been top of mind for the past week and a half or so.
Okay, and is this something that you'll share with the commission once you have a better sense? I mean, we don't want to sort of be surprised by this, and so to the extent that we can get ahead of this, I think that would be a good thing. And anything that you're doing, it would be great if you could share with us.
Right, and I think that is a fair request. I think we would look potentially in the semi-annual. As the news cycle continues, I think it'll just come down to timing, but I think that's a fair request and something that we would definitely pursue.
Okay, because I do worry that to the extent they go away, then we're all kind of scrambling trying to figure out, well, what do we rely on? And so, okay, that's great. Thank you.
So just to return to this issue about the commercial sector, I guess I was surprised not only that you didn't meet the goal, but I would have thought, given your service territory, you guys would have exceeded it. I mean, don't you have fairly sophisticated commercial customers that you deal with? And I guess I'm trying to figure out why, this sector was lagging for you guys.
Right. Again, really look at the timing of the first half of 2024 being a major factor with our performance in the commercial sector. What we're already seeing in 2025 is a rebound as we look at, back to work policies. We're seeing more customers or more employees back in their buildings. So now buildings are looking at how they can become more efficient. Also, we're looking at the school systems. The school systems are a big target for us, and they run through our commercial programs. So I really, and I want to reiterate the timing of our January through June, and, the project pipeline at that point and how low we were, having to build that back up and how we were able to respond in the second half is really what we're looking at and where we're at right now in 2025. So, again, the results aren't where we would have liked to see them, but with electrification, everything else that we've built in for the rest of the cycle, I think that we're in a good position for the remainder of our cycle and beyond.
So, I mean, you mentioned, the people coming back to the office, and I guess the building manager is now focusing on responding to that. But was there any drivers associated with the higher bills that, because I heard all the complaints from the residential customers about how much, their bills are going up. And I'm assuming the same thing applied to the commercial customers. I mean, was that a driver to force these guys to try to look at how to reduce usage?
We didn't receive many complaints from the commercial side. As I had pointed out, our survey results were overwhelmingly positive. I think one thing that continuously comes back, and we attend different conferences, so like our MML, SMECO conferences, Montgomery County Energy Summit, is really just reiterating and getting in front of the right people, the right decision makers, in terms of these buildings, because we do our presentations. We're really trying to push, again, school systems, hospitals, right? But we have to have the people to sign off on those, and whether it's budget constraints or otherwise, we're just, the first half we just didn't reach them, or they just were slow to act in terms of submitting applications, working with their contractors to close them out.
Okay. All right. Alrighty. Well, thank you very much. So now let's turn to SMECO, Potomac Edison, and WGL.
Mr. Chairman, we do have our 15-minute interval filing presentation.
All right. So you're going to do that, or?
Yep.
Oh.
And so we're just going to switch out the teams. Stay down here to drive. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Taylor Beckham here on behalf of the Joint Exelon Utilities. Again, I'll let the panel go ahead and introduce themselves. And we just have a short presentation that we wanted to provide to you guys, as well as open ourselves up for any questions that you may have regarding our 15-minute interval filing.
Hello, good morning. My name is Leah Tutnauer, first name spelled Leah. Last name is spelled Tutnauer. Hi, Chair and Commissioners. I'm going to kick us off on behalf of the Joint Exelon Utilities to touch on the 15-minute interval filing that we did back in February. So want to go through and then give an opportunity if anyone has questions on this complex topic. The Joint Exelon Utilities, first, I just want to state, are committed to achieving Maryland's goals as set by Maryland State and this Commission. Those include goals towards electrification. And we, in pursuit of those goals, appreciate feedback from our stakeholders or suggestions from our stakeholders on ways that we can meet those goals. One of the Montgomery County and MEAA, in pursuit of that, have made the recommendation or request for us to look into what it would take to do 15-minute interval peak demand data. We take that request very seriously and spent a lot of time analyzing and looking into what it would take to complete that. It is primarily a result of a lot of complex IT work on interconnected systems and touching on basically risks and costs to our meter operations teams to execute that work. Because of that, just like we've kind of talked about this morning, there's this push and pull on advancing clean energy, advancing electrification against affordability. So we look at this through the affordability lens, given where we are with our customers at current time. And from an affordability lens, we estimated that this work would cost roughly for the joint Exelon utilities, $38 million. That is based on a 40% design estimate. So something this complex, this type of intense IT work normally would go through like a funded discovery phase. We had a few weeks, and so we pulled as many folks cross-functionally across the organization together as we could to get that accurate estimate. And when we think about affordability, we have to really make sure that the investments that we make for our customers are prudent for our customers and return the value for our customers. And so in this case, we are having trouble identifying that value. The value seems to be sort of unproven or too hard to estimate compared to the cost that it would take to implement it. One of the things that was noted as driving this request was the result of avoiding panel and service upgrades if we had the 15-minute interval data. And I think that's the main driver behind this request. I think when Montgomery County made that request, they may not have realized quite the, it was made almost as a nice to have and not really understanding the intense IT work behind that request. But now that we've looked into it, it being a nice to have, the idea of avoiding panel and service upgrades, I just want to take a minute to comment on. Montgomery County referenced the SPUR paper several times in their request for this, but the SPUR paper, along with the core issue here of the National Electric Code, which helps you determine your peak load and helps you determine if you need a panel or service upgrade when you go through an electrification project, does not actually require you to have 15-minute interval data. The code, as long as you have a year's worth of energy data, which we provide to our customers via green button download, it says right here, the code does not specify the required time interval when 1 year of data is available. So we are now talking about making, this request would be to make an investment for a small subset of customers who are not only going to go through electrification, but actually would be able to avoid the panel and service upgrade. It's not a guarantee. Depends on the age and the makeup of your home and the electrical setup you have in your home, the service service level you have in your home. And so even a smaller subset of that is just for the customers that don't have the year's worth of data, which most of our customers do as readily available by the utilities. And so because of all of these kind of really reduced targeted segment who might benefit from this, and even that benefit is really unknown. The utilities had put forth a recommendation in their filing that we just do not see the value outweighing the cost, and that there'd be an incredible amount of risk introduced to the utility to undertake this project at this time, and it does not meet the affordability focus that we have at the moment. Lastly, I'll just say, through this process, we did send, Montgomery County and MEAA did request from this commission that you order us to do an RFI. We did send a data request to them back in good faith saying, and I can tell you this because I've worked on a lot of large IT projects at the utility, we don't understand the expectation of what that RFI would truly inform because of the way the cost estimate was made up, primarily of IT costs, storage costs, meter operations costs. And so both Montgomery County and MEAA responded back, citing two different cases in Maine and New Hampshire, where they pursued really an entirely different use case, implementing a data platform. Data platforms are something you would put out an RFI for because they are usually consultant-provided solutions. But even in their response, admitted that it's not really applicable or comparable to the case of the 15-minute interval filing. And so we are still then at the same conclusion that we don't truly understand what the expectations or how we would execute an RFI to kind of meet the desire of that request. Lastly, I'll just close again, looking through that affordability, this investment not yielding proportionate value, and our steadfast commitment to maintain and continue to meet goals set forth by the state and the commission, including launching our first electrification program this year and offering those make-ready incentives to help offset some of the costs and concerns of why this whole issue came up in the first place. So, open to questions or anything we can clarify on this topic.
Okay, Commissioner Barbie?
No, I don't think I have any questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Sussman?
Yeah, I do have questions. Okay, so I'm confused.
Okay.
So, it was my understanding that we need information about peak demand so that we can know what's happening on the system, so we have sort of real-time data, that we can have the data necessary to be able to take steps to address certain constraints, but also we can have the data necessary to determine value. And we've heard from others in the field who need real-time data so that they can propose certain projects that will be cost-effective. The panel and service upgrade issue, I'm not aware of that. I don't recall that was a reason why I thought this information was important, but we've been hearing from other developers who tell us that 60-minute interval data is not enough, and these are smart meters. So I'm not really, and I'd assumed that they were. I mean, maybe I'm just thinking about something completely different, but I was under the impression that there's SCADA on the distribution system, so I'm not understanding why we can't get better information than 60-minute intervals. But maybe I'm just thinking about something that's completely different. So
I think so. Let me unpack some of that, because there's
Please.
a lot of technicalities, and that's why this topic has gotten sort of complex. So I just want to say on the service and panel upgrade piece specifically, that did seem to be, and Montgomery County will have an opportunity to speak later, so if I'm wrong, they can correct me, that did seem to be at the source of their requests. They referenced the Spur paper quite a bit about service and panel upgrades. We've spoken to them about service and panel upgrades, and so I did want to address that as the main point, since they seem to be the main driver.
No, I mean, and we have talked to companies out there that believe that if they can get the data, that they can avoid having to upgrade. So I've heard that, but that's their issue.
Yeah.
But
to address
but this information is actually important, I think, for a lot of different reasons. And so unless I'm sort of mixing apples and oranges, please, you're the.
Okay. So let me just
This is
unpack
the
a
issue
little.
when a lawyer tries to sort of get into areas that they don't quite understand. Then they say things like, I don't really understand. So
let me unpack a little bit more of what you said. So I just wanted to put that aside, because that was the main driver of this request from that stakeholder.
Okay.
But I want to clarify a few things, because there seems to be an interchanging of terms that I want to be very careful about. So real-time data and lower interval data are two different things. Real-time data implies that you're getting that data, like it says, in real time. Interval data, whether companies, utilities have 15-minute, 1-minute, 60-minute, is almost never real time and is often passed and made available to customers and other stakeholders almost on always a 24-hour lag, if not a 48-hour lag. And that's because as the data is collected from the meter, it's not what we call bill ready. And passing that data to a customer that might conflict with then meter data that they end up seeing on their bill could cause a lot of customer confusion. And that is, I would say, across the industry, a general conversation that is happening of should we have real-time data, regardless of the interval at which it's collected. But it's not,
I do want to like separate the issues, or at least make clear to the joint Exelon utilities what the expectation is for us to, if we have to go back and research, is it real-time data or is it lower interval data or combination?
Can you provide real-time data?
No, no, ours is on a 24-hour to 48-hour lag.
So when you're making distinctions between real-time and interval, you can't provide real-time data anyway.
I don't want to use the word can or can't. We don't.
You don't.
Yes.
So
As
other
most
than
utilities don't.
okay,
Yes.
so because I was getting kind of excited. Oh well, maybe I don't have to worry about the interval because we are getting the real time. So we're just not getting anything.
You're getting data after it has been processed, as most utilities do, and after it usually to truly process, whatever that means, takes about 24 hours.
But if we want to know what's going on in the system, and we want and we want to engage customers in being able to participate in demand response, for example, or if you want to try to aggregate demand response and be able to sell that into the market, you can't do that because we don't have the data, and that's what you're telling me.
No, that's not what I'm saying. So I just wanted to make that distinction between real-time data versus the measurement of interval data. So meter we collect from the data is in an interval. Real time is when we give it to you.
Tell me what we do have.
So currently today for our residential customers, we collect data from the meter in 60-minute intervals. It is generally available to use externally about 24 hours later. Internally, we can use it differently, and I do want to just address that these use cases of using it for demand response program or behavioral or other things is not necessarily true that it has to be 15 minutes in order to execute those properly. So currently today we are able to execute our demand response programs. We did speak to our demand response vendors before we put the original filing together that they are able to effectively do the load management programs we have in place with the 60-minute interval data. We reached out to EmPOWER, who provides energy insights to our customers for our behavioral programs. They have said that not only do they not need the 60-minute interval data, but actually, even if we were providing it to them in 15-minute intervals, they would not pass it to our customers that way because it's too much information for the average customer to be able to consume and understand.
Well, okay, but the customer may not need it.
Right.
But if you are providing, if you're a company doing demand response, and it's dynamic, things are changing all the time, you're not going to say, okay, get back to me in an hour. You're going to want to know what's going on. You're going to want to know. I mean, you'd love to know what's going on, every 5 minutes. I guess I just don't see.
I guess there's two different parts. One is like the SCADA data, which is available to help with that use case, which is available. And one is, again, just taking the words that were asked of us, the interval data. And so the interval data is something different. And I think that those developers and those load management companies can execute with the information the company is providing today, but it's not necessarily the interval data that they're using in that case.
But it's not very dynamic. So if we are trying to address periods where the system is constrained for whatever reason, I would think that you'd want to have data that's a little bit better than every hour, because.
Well, I think we're confusing two different things. I think there's like the internal monitoring we have in place versus just the energy use that the meter is capturing.
But the we is you as a utility.
Joint Exelon utility.
Okay, not the companies that are sort of out there that want to provide these kinds of services, but can't because you're giving them 1 hour interval data.
I haven't heard that they can't do it because we only have 60-minute interval data.
Well, I mean, they can do it, but I'm assuming they will do it more effectively if they have a better sense of what's going on, not at 7 and then at 8, but maybe at 7:30.
Yeah. Again, this request was for the 15-minute interval peak demand data, so that's what we researched, but it sounds like now we're shifting the conversation to the benefits of real-time data, which...
Hello, Mr. Gupta. Do you have something to add?
Commissioner Suchman. Desh Gupta, first name Divesh, last name Gupta. Director of Clean Energy Solutions for BGE. And I think, Leia's absolutely right in terms of the two issues. And certainly we've heard the requests from developers, for instance, of battery storage projects, that having more real-time data might help them in figuring out where and when to make certain investments.
Right, and we keep hearing from all kinds of parties that they need better data, and
That's right, but the nature of what is the better data that certain parties need is different. And I think in this particular instance, when we're talking about the 15-minute data, it was prompted by the need for panel upgrades, is how it was prompted. And that's something that can be done with the data that's provided, the interval data, which right now is hourly interval data that an electrician would look at to figure out.
no, I appreciate that.
Right.
What I'm asking is are there ever any instances where you're providing data that's not hourly data?
Well, our commercial customers, let me level set on this. Our commercial customers already get 15-minute interval data because they need that level of data to manage their energy
But
differently than a residential.
So residential customers, are there any programs out there that will allow residential customers or those representing those customers access to data that is not hourly data?
There is a very small subset of customers, residential customers, who get 15-minute interval data because at the time it was set up that way due to an inventory shortage, and so we had to install meters for them, and we only had the commercial kind of 3-phase meters to install, and so we did that. I don't want to confuse that to set the precedent that it negates anything we listed in the filing as the cost it would take to bring the rest of our customers into that same place, because those customers were set up that way initially, and the whole meat and potatoes of the cost estimate here is that the actual change to 15-minute interval is where it would take a lot of our IT investments and meter operations.
And I will say, some of that is really largely based on the NEC code, and there are stakeholders that are petitioning the NEC to reconsider whether 15-minute data is required at all in order to make the decisions about panel upgrades. So if they hear those petitions out and they decide to alter and say, no, hourly data is okay, then no investments would need to be made in that case.
Well, right, but the issue is
updating meters.
We're going to keep it as long as there's only hourly data available. We're going to keep seeing this issue come up because it's not, maybe today it's about panel upgrades, but it's going to be about aggregating demand response another day.
That's right.
So we're gonna keep seeing this issue, and you're saying today the only data available for residential customers is hourly data.
So I think Leia also spoke about the system data and what we see in the system, which would allow us to direct investments where investments are required.
So that's
for
that's the
development.
SCADA system.
Well,
So
Correct.
SCADA gives you eyes on what's going on.
Right, which
Right.
is different than the interval data.
And designing programs, whether that's through the Drive Act or through the storage proposals, so that, or I think you've heard about the locational value DER study that we're doing, designing programs where we can then incentivize or direct investments to be made, whether by the utility or by third parties that want to participate in markets that are set up, to the places where we need the investments based on the 15-minute data we have. That's something that we'll have the ability to do as we're designing these programs that will come before the commission.
Okay, and then you get it for SCADA. SCADA gives you data instantaneously, or is it giving you?
Yes, and that's
Okay.
the data that demand response market operators are interested in.
Right.
It's not the interval data. So I do want to be very clear
No,
to
I
separate
understand.
those issues, especially as we talk about making serious investments.
But
during
but they also don't have access to that data currently.
I don't believe so. Somebody can confirm that, but their access to real-time data may not be there, but signals we can send out on a real-time basis if we need it on our system to call to those aggregators or those customers that may be participating in demand response markets to be able to react to the needs that we might have on our system.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's what I have.
Commissioner Linton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had one question. This data the access to data question has been around for a while now, several years actually. I'm just curious, this is a new acronym for me, JEU.
Joint
Joint
Exelon Utilities.
Exelon Utilities. All right. It used to just be PHI and then BG. But, so are the joint Exelon Utilities comfortable with alternative ways of solving the concern and providing the information that Montgomery County and MEEA are interested in getting?
Yeah, so in terms of our commitment to providing data, the Joint Exelon Utilities do make all of customers' data readily available to them via green button download. You can download a year's worth of data that you would need to meet the National Electric Code that MEAA and Montgomery County have referenced here in a matter of 20 seconds. I did it yesterday as a test before this. So we have the data readily available to our customers. In terms of alternative ways to specifically meet the needs of Montgomery County and MEAA, again, I understand Commissioner Sushman's points about other use cases, but their use case is focused on service and panel upgrades. And to that point, it is the National Energy Code does not require 15-minute interval data to do those assessments and calculations if you need a panel or service upgrade. And to combat the concern of customer costs associated with panel upgrades, we are offering make-ready incentives through our beneficial electrification program that launched this year.
I just want to add too, in our filing, we did talk to alternatives to providing or doing this larger scale meter upgrade. There are other technology solutions that are out there that we referenced in our filing that could also get to what we understood the benefit or the request to be. So that's another maybe lower cost option that doesn't require this large scale IT project that may get us where we're looking or may get Montgomery County MEA to where they want to go. We did reference that in our initial filing under our alternatives to providing the 15-minute data.
And is this something that's been discussed at any length? I know it's been discussed for years in other contexts. Has it been discussed within the work group setting, especially within the question of funding?
We have, I'll take that one. I think that is a great point in that this does impact larger scale systems or larger parts of the enterprise beyond just the EmPOWER program. So has it been discussed in other work groups? I don't know to say exactly what other work groups it's been discussed in, but it is something that is more of a broader conversation beyond just the EmPOWER program in our view.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, just so I understand this distinction, I thought you said earlier that this 15-minute interval data is provided to the commercial customers. Now, is that because of equipment that they have or something you do?
So both. It's a different meter. So commercial customers are on a three-phase meter. For three-phase meters, they were initially set up on 15-minute interval data. And that is an important distinction because there are other utilities whose residential customers on single-phase meters, which is what our residential customers are on, provide 15-minute interval data, but when we speak, we've reached out to a couple of them about it, and they all set it up initially that way when they launched their AMI network. So there is a much heavier lift to change to 15-minute interval data versus initially setting up that way. And that is because of the way it's now interconnected from the time it's installed on a customer's home until you get your bill. We call that the meter to cash process. So there's steps along the way that would need to be touched to truly change it. We also don't have, it's unprecedented that we've ever changed what's called the meter program. So your meter being set up at the interval level, that's called the meter program. We've never pushed out mass over the air without having a roll truck to each home updates to interval data before, and you'd have to develop that program. And just to illustrate the risk of that, if you had on 1.3 million meters just for Baltimore Gas and Electric a 10% error rate, right? So 10% don't go through when you push the large update out over the air, you'd be rolling that many trucks, over 100,000 trucks. So it is complex without getting more into it, but basically to say, you know, there is a difference between the commercial and the residential meters, and there's also a difference between the commercial and residential meter programs.
So in order to do this for the residential customers, are you saying that you'd have to change out the meters or just do more?
So the goal would be to do something called an over-the-air update. Over-the-air update, if you think about like your cell phone, right? Every time Apple wants to do a software upgrade, it just comes to you. So ideally, over the AMI network, that is how we would want to do it, over the air. The thing is, you'd have to develop like the automation to push those out over the air in mass. It's never been done. And so a large part of this IT project is developing that ability to push it out over the air and testing it. And that testing would have to be extensive. You would have to test many different billing scenarios so that this does not impact billing operations and therefore customer experience. And that's what I'm saying. If you have even a 10% error rate, which is likely, right, in this scale of a project, you would then have to either have someone manually go through each of those errors or potentially roll a truck to each of those homes. And at that 10% error, even 5%, you're talking about over 50,000 truck rolls.
Yeah, I mean, for PHI, we built the AMI network out between 2010 and 2012. So these meters have been on homes for, 13 or so years. So we can't really anticipate what the error rate will be until we try it.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, let me ask this. I mean, is there contemplation that at some point you'll have to replace those meters, and when is that going to happen?
Yeah, so I don't know the exact time that the meters would be
So I think both.
Actually, I'll need you to identify yourself and spell your name for him.
That's what I was just going to do. I'm sorry.
Okay, sure, that's fine.
Dale Gant, last name is Gant. So there is a Exelon initiative between all the utilities within Exelon to look at the age of the existing equipment that we all installed and rolled out as part of our AMI programs. And there are recommendations being made now as we continue to do a side-by-side on when that will take place. So it is really depending on the failure rates, the types of issues we're seeing with meters. We have not seen a significant increase over the years of the issues that, as you would see with any typical electronic failure within a device. So that is currently being reviewed, and there are proposals being made on when we would start that at both the BGE, the PHI, as well as the ComEd side of this. So that is ongoing, and I don't have the exact date. That analysis is ongoing right now.
And as part of that analysis, I will add, I think Exelon is committed to providing. We are a data-driven company. We're making investments in AI to benefit our customers. I mean, we do pride ourselves on being a data-driven company. So at that time, it will continue to be evaluated on providing better interval data to our customers when it can be initially set up that way. But at present, we cannot justify that the cost outweighs the value. And given the affordability challenges we're facing, we just need to be very careful about making decisions about additional costs without ensuring that they're prudent to our customers.
Okay. This is what we're talking about. You want to ask any questions? Or?
I have a lot of questions about AMI, but no, I'll pass.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Litton.
Yeah, thank you. I just had a follow-up question. So you've presented yourselves here today as the joint Exelon utilities, but I'm relying on some older memory. But if I recall correctly, PHI had the ability to provide data using green button type solutions. Is that the case for BGE?
Yeah, both utilities.
Both of you can now.
You can access your energy data via green button download on the utility website within less than a minute. You can get a year's worth of your energy usage.
Okay. And so I understand that Montgomery County was asking for this information, and that would primarily be from Pepco.
Yes, correct.
So in your response, when you provided the answer in terms of the costs for this, is that for across all of the Exelon utilities, or was it?
It's both. So it's broken down per BGE versus PHI, and then it's also presented combined. I will say there's efficiencies in doing large-scale IT projects if we did it together, but to your point, yes, PHI does have a larger footprint in Montgomery County than BGE does, and the costs are separate if you need them.
Okay.
We do have the separated cost estimates per utility in the filing as well. I think for PHI it was $16 million.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Okay. So Anything else from
That's it
Pepco
from us.
DPL?
I think we're all done.
Thank you.
Okay. So what, actually, what do you stop at? Batch utilities and then do lunch.
You're putting pressure on me.
Well, I'm just asking.
Let's ask Obi. Make him.
Oh, I
so then we're never asking you.
I
Well,
mean,
I can keep going. I just need to run to the ladies' room. So like
All right.
break.
All right, so why don't we bring up the Potomac Edison, WGL, and SMECO. We'll do them, and then we'll break for lunch. So.
All right.
Okay, here you go.
I'll try it. What are we on here? I'm gonna drive. Yeah, I'll drive this one.
So,
Here. You guys are Potomac
does it make any difference who I pick first, or there's? Oh, okay. All right.
But I have the mouse.
Okay, all right. Maybe we'll start with you. Yeah, no, that's fine.
That's what makes sense.
No fine.
There you go. Thank you.
What's that?
She wasted something there. I said, "Desk is wet."
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I don't have any tissue.
No, no, it's fine. Actually, just give me a couple of minutes until she gets back, so, and then we'll start with you. It's SMECO's thing. We're going to start with them. So,
That's very nice.
okay, go right ahead.
Okay, 5 minutes till good afternoon, but it's still good morning. Damon Krieger again on behalf of Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative, and I am here today with Jennifer Raley, who manages our EmPOWER program, as well as Lizelle Rory, who is our Vice President for Sustainability and Distributed Energy Resources. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Raley, and she will walk us through our presentation, and I will drive the slides here.
Good morning, Commissioner and Chairman. Jennifer Raley on behalf of SMECO. I'm going to touch on our Q3, Q4 2024 portfolio highlights. Next slide. So SMECO had a strong start to the cycle, meeting or exceeding our savings goal across both sectors. The residential sector achieved 99% of its annual savings goal while utilizing 68% of its incentive budget. And the commercial sector surpassed expectations, reaching 168% of its annual savings goal while utilizing 69% of its incentive budget. A significant contributor to SMECO's success in exceeding its commercial portfolio goal was the completion of a CHP project in 2024. The total portfolio ended the year at 109% of the annual savings goal while spending 64% of the incentive budget. Few residential program highlights. The appliance rebate program achieved 207% of its 2024 savings goal. SMECO continued partnering with local nonprofit organizations to deliver energy savings measures while also promoting Maryland DHCD programs. The schools and education program achieved 127% of its annual savings goal. In Q3, Q4, 13 teachers from 12 different schools across the SMECO service territory implemented the everyday energy lessons, reaching over 1,100 students and helping to foster early energy efficiency awareness. Entering into the 24 to 26 program cycle, the midstream HVAC program adopted a more aggressive savings target, and although it was slightly behind pace at the end of Q2, a strong summer season and sustained distributor engagement enabled the program to achieve 112% of its annual savings goal.
In 2024, the program conducted 55 promotional events and training sessions, resulting in recruitment of 6 new distributors. The Home Energy Improvement Program completed an all-time high of 369 projects in 2024, an 85% increase over 2023. This milestone contributed to the program's most successful year since launch, with 93% of its annual savings goal being achieved. We had several large multifamily projects come in that helped us to achieve that goal. And some commercial program highlights. The commercial midstream program has consistently met its targets, achieving 103% in 2024's annual savings goal. The education sector was a major driver of this success, contributing 22% of the program's total energy savings for the year. The combined heat and power program spanned across 3 EmPOWER cycles, and we're pleased to report that the project has successfully reached the installation phase. With this milestone, the CHP program has achieved 108% of its cycle savings goal, and SMECO continues to work closely with the account and is awaiting 12 consecutive months of operational trend data to confirm the system's ongoing performance and energy efficiency so that the final production phase incentive can be paid. Building operations program achieved 126% of its 2024 annual savings goal. Small building tune-up and retro commissioning projects accounted for 59% of the total savings. In 2024, 3 new service providers joined the program, expanding access to building tune-up and retro commissioning services for SMECO's commercial and industrial accounts. And then although the Business Solutions program did not meet its 2024 energy savings goal, the second half of the year showed strong momentum. Increased incentives were introduced to reflect market conditions and drove higher submission activity in late 2024, positioning the program for improved performance in 2025. SMECO maintained a strong engagement with its service provider community and hosted 4 training sessions throughout the year. And just to touch on the education sector, across 2024, we had 131 projects in the education sector, generating 2,693 megawatt hours of savings. This accounted for 12% of SMECO's filed C&I goal. And then continuing on with the DHCD coordination efforts that we've been doing across each year and each cycle, SMECO partnered with DHCD in August to host a recycling event at a Charles County food pantry, offering small appliance drop-offs, energy efficiency kit distribution, and pantry services. Through our home energy report program, SMECO ran modules promoting DHCD programs. And then we also, SMECO promoted the DHCD programs through an August bill insert and highlighted the Be Smart Loan program in a November email campaign. We coordinated with DHCD on multifamily projects in Charles County, and SMECO kits for students included energy efficiency measures and cross-promotional insert referencing the DHCD low-income energy efficiency program. SMECO successfully launched the affordability solution in September, which is the primary initiative under its DHCD coordination program. It was designed to increase awareness of the participation in DHCD low-income offerings. To support targeted outreach, SMECO first identified members who potentially were eligible for DHCD programs. That initial promotional email campaign reached over 23,000 members, representing about 15% of SMECO's residential accounts. Each selected member received an email invitation to complete a 6-question survey collecting information such as household income and household size. The data is used to tailor program recommendations and prioritize offerings for each participant. Upon completion, the survey members are directed to their personal savings hub within SMECO Account Manager portal, where they can view customized DHCD program options and instructions on how to apply. We had over 1,500 members complete the survey, and 108 members clicked Apply Now to explore DHCD energy efficiency or weatherization programs. And then we're going to touch on some of our demand response updates. SMECO had an active and productive year in demand response with multiple program launches and enhancements. Switch to Earn launched in April of 2024 and was designed to transition members from SMECO's legacy Cool Century program, which was sunset at the end of 2023, to the Bring Your Own Device Smart Temp Demand Response program. Participants received a demand response eligible smart thermostat installed by a certified HVAC technician, along with a no-cost HVAC tune-up. In November, SMECO expanded the Switch to Earn access to all residential members, supporting a broader participation goals outlined in the maximum scenario for demand response program delivery. SMECO worked closely with the DERMS provider to streamline post-install enrollment, improving the speed and efficiency of members joining Smart Temp. A key learning from the program was the importance of reliable Wi-Fi at the time of installation, which must persist after the installation. SMECO implemented a proactive outreach strategy offering connectivity support and sending follow-up emails to members whose devices became offline post-installation. The Smart Temp program, SMECO continued refining the DR event strategies and achieved notable results. The summer DR events, we called 58 events, resulting in 444 megawatts of load shed. SMECO's flexible load management dispatch strategy reduced member opt-outs with only 6.9% average opt-out rate, and that's a 12% improvement from 2023. SMECO has been conducting winter demand response events since November of 2021 through the FlexTemp DR pilot. This cycle, we transitioned over our winter DR into the Smart Temp program, and SMECO executed 10 winter events between November and December, achieving 17 megawatts of load shed. Our Smart Temp marketplace launched. We introduced pre-enrolled smart thermostats on the online marketplace. These devices arrive ready to participate in Smart Temp and simplify the enrollment process. We've had 75 pre-enrolled smart thermostats sold since launch, which was in September of 2024. And then our Flex Home pilot launched in September of 2024. Flex Home is SMECO's new water heater demand response pilot. The online enrollment portal is live and accepting applications from members with Wi-Fi connected water heaters. From October to December, SMECO executed 10 water heater DR events, making a strong start to the pilot initiative. SMECO currently has no commission requests at this time, so I will open it up to questions.
Okay, Commissioner Richard.
No questions. Thank you for the presentation.
Mr. Barbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm very interested to know what you did to accomplish this reduction in the opt-out rate.
Well, we've made changes to the program. Our previously with our Cool Century program, you were kind of in the event. It was hard to opt out once you were in it, and there was also the events were longer. So we're running more events for shorter spans of time, which has reduced the opt-out rate because for the most part, members aren't noticing that there's an event running, and that's what we kind of want to happen. We don't want them to be in a long event where you're noticing that you're uncomfortable and then opting out. So we're running shorter events and we're running more events.
I don't know if you can answer this question, but so if I were one of your customers and it's a heat wave, and of course I would set my thermostat at 72 degrees, how much higher up would you guys adjust it?
Usually it's about a 4-degree increase. It can be 2 to 4 degrees depending on what we need at the time.
Got it. And okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Sussman.
Thank you for your presentation. Actually, I know I shouldn't like paper, but I'm old school. So, I appreciate that you actually have put in what you were able to shed. So I really appreciate the numbers. So if you could take those numbers and if you can identify what you avoided, because that would actually be kind of helpful. So if you didn't have the program, you didn't have this ability to shed, what did you avoid, and then whether you could identify sort of long-term results. What is it that that SMECO is seeing by having these programs in place? What is it that you have avoided building out, or are you seeing reductions in capacity costs, or that would be incredibly helpful, so that it's not, so we don't just have, these are the immediate results of what we're seeing, but these are the long term. So kind of tying the results or the programs you have to what you'd like to achieve.
Yeah, and I guess I would answer that in the first instance by saying this is a continuing improvement opportunity for all of us. And I think that the efforts that have been undertaken in the system planning work group and the regulations that are now pending before the commission are going to be very important in terms of realizing some of the lessons that we've already learned through the EmPOWER program in that respect. Meaning that as we develop more refined load forecasts and then construction work plans flowing from those forecasts, we will be able to capitalize upon.
Yeah, this is music to my ears. I mean, anytime anybody talks about the system planning process, I really, the distribution planning process, I really like to hear that, because all of this should be informing how that process is working, and that process should be informing the decisions that are being made in EmPOWER and all the others. So that integrated approach is what I like to hear.
We agree, and I think you probably already recognize SMECO is highly electrified already. We're also winter peaking, and so some of the designs for our programs are already targeted around those aspects of our particular system.
Right. Okay.
And
thank you.
I will just mention that when we transition from the Cool Century program over to the Smart Temp, my goal right now is building up the number of participants we have. It took time across the Cool Century program to get to the 38,000 or so that we had at the time. That was over a 10-year span of getting there. So right now, with this launch and stuff, my goal right now has been building up that program and getting more participants. And we have been testing out, running events during, whether it's weather and high peak load events or whether it's capacity pricing. We're testing that out on the back end, kind of just seeing where we're getting the biggest benefit and stuff with the Smart Temp program, but we still have a lot of a hefty goal we need to reach as far as the enrollment numbers, so we're still working on that.
Okay. Let me just ask quickly, on the combined heat and power program, you have a single customer, and it's gas?
It's a wastewater treatment plant.
It's wastewater, okay.
Yes.
And do you have and what's the size of the?
As far as the megawatt hour energy savings, it was like 21,000.
Okay, but what is the size of the facility in terms of megawatts? Do you know capacity?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, and and you also don't know the efficiency of the facility.
I do not.
Okay, if you can get that data, so this is a very unique project. You're not seeing CHP opportunities in other parts of the county. Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Litton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Just a quick question about some of the metrics, to expand on some of the metrics for your DR events. You said you had 58 summer events. Is that are all of your customers participating in each event? Or some discounted percentage, of course?
We can break them up and have some participate in one portion of the event and others participate in the second half. That way we can not run an event for 4 hours or something. We can kind of stagger it. So it was 58 events. It doesn't mean that everyone participated in all of those events.
Okay. So for the average residential customer participating in a program, how many events would they have seen over the course of that same period?
It could be anywhere. They could have participated in all, or they may not have. So I would say upwards of probably 30, 40 to 58 events, depending on what cohort they're in.
Okay, and on average, a couple hours?
On average, yeah, we're running on average about 2 hours, maybe 3 hours on average, depending on what conditions we're targeting, whether it's the load or if it's capacity pricing or what we're looking at.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So on the water heater demand response thing, you said you had 10 water heater DR events between October and December. So what triggered those events?
We're running events just for different reasons, kind of testing it out right now. So nothing specific triggering those events, but it's just testing out. It's small. It's a pilot. I think we're up to 50 participants now. At the end of 2024, we had about 25 participants. So just testing out and seeing, how things are working in the pilot. So it's still, we're early testing that out.
And you said your combined heat and power program exists for one customer.
Right. And that we pretty much ended the CHP program. So we were closing out with this one project that it's been 3 cycles now that we've been working with this one project to get it completed.
So there's no thought about trying to do combined heat and power for other customers, or?
Well, with going to GHG, that eliminates a lot of the CHP that we could do. But before then, we did a lot of extensive outreach. Commissioner O'Donnell had asked us several times about that. So we did a lot of outreach and got no interest in CHP. We don't have a whole lot of access to natural gas and stuff, so it made it difficult for a lot of our commercial customers to participate.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So I guess we'll turn to Potomac Edison.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Do they have?
I guess we have to.
Do they have to switch positions to
Yeah, you
use
want
the
to
line?
right. Sorry. I brought it up for you.
Sure.
Hire you? Yeah, sure. Hire me.
All right. Good afternoon, Your Honors. Chris Gunderson on behalf of Potomac Edison. I'm joined here today by Ms. Diane Rupp, Manager of Energy Efficiency Reporting, and Ms. Rupp will walk through the presentation today, and we'll answer any questions you may have. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Rupp.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Diane Rapp, R-A-P-P. I am the Manager of Energy Efficiency Reporting at Potomac Edison, and we are pleased to be here today to discuss the performance of Potomac Edison's EmPOWER programs for 2024. Potomac Edison successfully implemented its full suite of 2024 to 2026 energy efficiency programs during the reporting period. During the first year of this program cycle, our programs delivered over 145,000 megawatt hours, or 98% of the 2024 annual megawatt hour target, which also equates to contributing over 213,000 tons of life cycle GHG reductions towards EmPOWER, while spending 43% of the 2024 plan budget. Additionally, the programs have built robust project pipelines, and at the end of 2024, putting us in a positive position towards our 3-year program cycle goals moving into 2025. We had several custom commercial and industrial projects at various stages of completion, with measures installed and producing savings, but not yet counted in this reporting period as they were not fully completed. Potomac Edison's residential programs delivered over 51,000 megawatt hours of energy savings and 41,000 tons of life cycle GHG reductions during the reporting period, amounting to 102% of the 2024 planned residential megawatt hour annual target. The largest savings contribution from residential programs came from the behavioral-based offering, which produced over 30,000 megawatt hours in energy savings, 5,000 tons of life cycle GHG reductions, or 113% of the program's 2024 megawatt hour annual target. During 2024, the Home Energy Reports highlighted several EmPOWER programs, such as Home Energy Improvement Retrofit, HVAC rebates, and appliance recycling, as well as providing seasonally specific content during the winter and summer months, aimed at helping customers use energy more efficiently during those energy-intensive times. Over 535,000 print reports and over 670,000 email home energy reports were delivered to approximately 110,000 customers. The HVAC program offering produced over 2,300 megawatt hours in energy savings, 3,200 tons of life cycle GHG reductions, or 129% of the program's 2024 megawatt hour target. These results reflect the impact of higher incentives, changes to eligibility requirements, and ongoing efforts to expand the number of distributors and contractors participating in the program. The company is continuing to offer increased incentive amounts for its HVAC equipment and services, along with the addition of heat pump water heaters, which were new to the sub-program in this plan cycle. Customer-facing promotion of incentives positively impacted participation in 2024. The residential new homes program produced over 3,000 megawatt hours in energy savings, 8,000 tons of life cycle GHG emissions reductions, or 95% of the program's 2024 megawatt hour annual target. The program had strong participation from builders in the territory, with a total of 1,030 Energy Star certified homes submitted to the program in 2024. Finally, the last residential program offering I'd like to highlight today is appliance recycling. In 2024, this program offering produced over 2,800 megawatt hours in energy savings, 2,400 tons of life cycle GHG reductions, or 92% of the offering's 2024 megawatt hour target. The sub-program launched with a new implementer in March of 2024 and began picking up units in mid-April after being suspended since August of 2023. Marketing efforts promoted standalone dehumidifier pickups and resulted in strong enrollment and continued participation. These results confirm the market demand for standalone dehumidifier pickups, which will be a continued offering throughout this plan cycle. Okay, moving on to our C&I programs. The commercial and industrial programs produced over 48,000 megawatt hours of energy savings and 111,000 tons of GHG reductions during the reporting period, amounting to 58% of the 2024 planned commercial and industrial megawatt hour annual target. The energy savings for the commercial and industrial programs were largely driven by the custom sub-program, which reported over 23,000 megawatt hours in energy savings, 57,000 tons of life cycle GHG reductions, or 71% of its 2024 annual megawatt hour target. During 2024, a top account outreach campaign was conducted by Potomac Edison to drive large custom projects. Additionally, Energy Advisor Services was launched to assist customers with projects including facility assessments, recommendations, technical support, and project application. Potomac Edison continues to receive new applications and build a robust pipeline of projects, as noted previously at the end of 2024, had several custom commercial and industrial projects at various stages of completion, with measures installed and producing savings but not yet counted in this reporting period. The Energy Solutions for Business Prescriptive Sub-Program reported over 13,000 megawatt hours in energy savings, 25,000 tons of life cycle GHG reductions, or 55% of its 2024 annual megawatt hour target. Potomac Edison has a customer base of approximately 1,600 customers eligible for the sub-program, and cycle to date has received a lower number of applications than in prior program cycles. And the average project energy savings is smaller due to the increased baseline of the pre-existing equipment. The Small Business Direct Install program produced over 5,100 megawatt hours in energy savings, 21,000 tons of life cycle GHG reductions, or 43% of its 2024 annual megawatt hour target. Potomac Edison selected a new implementer for the 2024 through 2026 program cycle, with the majority of the first quarter of 2024 focused on conducting transition activities. Potomac Edison made updates to the design of the program incentive structure, measure mix, and moved to a closed program ally network as of July 2024. Additionally, as noticed previously, we continue to observe applications with a smaller energy savings being submitted to the program over time as a result of more efficient baseline equipment and the existence of the program over several program cycles. Finally, the Energy Solutions for Business Retro Commissioning and Building Tune-Up sub-program produced over 6,700 megawatt hours in energy savings, 6,800 tons of life cycle GHG reductions, or 48% of its 2024 annual megawatt hour target. Potomac Edison made updates to the design of the program, incentive structure, measure mix, and again moved to a closed program ally network in July of 2024. The closed network providers have been trained for building tune-up, and customers continue to participate in the building operator training sub-program. All right, so So over the last couple of slides, I've highlighted some of the programs and their achievements in 2024, but I think to some of the comments earlier today, this slide translates those energy savings into tangible values and what that means to our customers. So what these programs mean to our customers in 2024, Potomac Edison recycled over 3,000 appliances. We provided over $17 million in customer incentives. We installed nearly 7,600 smart thermostats and had over 14,000 low-income customers participate in our programs. At least 54% of our residential customers participated in one or more of our program offerings. Additionally, our programs produce savings with an average life of 8.4 years over the 145,000 megawatt hours of annual energy efficiency savings we've achieved. And what that means is those lifetime savings equates to 1 year of emissions from over 250,000 cars, approximately 600,000 tons of coal burned, or the impact of planting 18 million trees. I'd like to thank the Commission for the opportunity to share the progress of Potomac Edison's EmPOWER programs for 2024, and we'll take any questions you have at this time.
Mr. Richard.
No, thank you for the presentation. No questions.
Mr. Sussman.
Yeah, so this last slide, I appreciate sort of a summary of the things that you've done. So then I want you to take that next step. With all these smart thermostats installed, with these low-income customers participating, what have you seen in terms of an impact on your system, and how does it help you to address issues that you're facing? For example, and this has nothing to do with this program, but I know that you are in the storage docket. You are proposing a storage facility that will help you to avoid having to build out some new distribution. That you've identified a constraint and you're using the storage to help you to address that constraint. So there you've identified a problem. You're using one of the programs that the Commission has in place to fix that. So that's what I would like to see is not just sort of numbers, but I'd like to see sort of the results. And that'll be sort of the next time you're here. I do want to ask you in terms of the C&I portfolio. So you're not where you want to be, I'm assuming. So can you talk a little bit about the what were the challenges that you faced? Is this something that maybe you have to rethink in terms of the kinds of programs that would be of interest to C&I, or is this something that you are sort of addressing now that you'll be able to address in a way that will get you closer to 100% in sort of the next go round?
Sure, and that's a great question. 2024 was the first year of a 3-year plan cycle, so typically we do see a drop in participation in that first year. So I think similar to what Pepco maybe talked about earlier this year, you have a push to get customers into 2023 to make sure that you can close out those programs. Some of the larger projects take quite a bit of time to develop and actually come to fruition. So we did have quite a few C&I, like large custom type projects in the pipeline that already had, the projects partially installed, but not fully complete for us to be able to count the savings towards, our 2024 goals. So I think that the pipelines we have developed position us well for 2025 and 2026 to hit the targets that we have in place for those time periods. We are seeing some challenges, though, in the size of projects that are coming, into our programs. So, maybe to EmPOWER's credit a little bit, the baselines that customers get to count savings towards, so the existing equipment that we're counting the efficiencies towards are themselves becoming more efficient. So, projects that, I'm making up numbers here, but projects maybe that we would have gotten 100, megawatt hour savings from in the past, maybe we're only seeing 50 or 60 megawatt hour savings from currently, just because of the efficiencies that are already, we're starting to see with the EmPOWER being in.
Victim of our own success.
Yeah, a little bit. There's still opportunities out there, so I'm not saying that there's not that opportunity, but that is something that we have noticed, in our programs.
Well, is there a way in which, and maybe this is sort of a question for the other utilities as well, is there a way in which you can leverage some of the other programs that we have in place, like storage? So storage may not necessarily get anything from EmPOWER, but you can use the storage proceeding to help to incentivize the things that you are trying to push through EmPOWER, so that you're able to use, or the ratepayers are able to use both programs, or maybe even a third program to get the kinds of results that we'd like to see, that you're not just relying on a single program.
Yeah, I think that's a great point and something to definitely look into.
Okay. Like storage. I mean, I thought that was, your presentation about using storage to address a particular constraint I thought was actually very, very interesting, and showed, where you take a commission program and actually it's not the program just for the sake of a program. It's a program to address a problem. And so I would like to see, and that's where I think we can, when we start to see the results that you're going to present us in the future, then we're going to be able to see much clearer where the value of EmPOWER is. It also will help us to be able to see where there are places where EmPOWER is not doing the kinds of things we'd like it to do, and so maybe have to retool that as well. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. I wouldn't be doing this seat any honor if I didn't ask you a couple questions about your behavior-based solutions here. I see that it carries a large balance of your success. I'm curious if you see it also translating well into the emissions portion of this program as it moves forward.
Yeah, so that's a great question. Behavior-based programs count very differently, right, towards an annual megawatt hour goal versus a GHG reduction type target based on the lifetime. I think that the size of our program will probably be comparable, but maybe the contribution of savings to those life cycle GHG goals, you'll probably see that reduced.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
No, I think it does. Emissions is going to require a different approach. So, and I feel like I've asked a couple of questions about that from some of the other companies, just in terms of how the results we're seeing now from our previous and I guess wrapping up version of EmPOWER, how we're going to see these same programs translate into a different way of moving forward. Okay, something to think about. I didn't have a lot to follow up on that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Barbay.
I believe my questions have been asked and answered. Thank you.
So, your company doesn't have AMI. So, on these behavioral programs, how do you communicate with the customers about what you want them to do?
So we have both print and email reports. Based on the customer's usage, a lot of the messaging can be, it's not, you can look at what the customer's usage is compared to their, control group. You can make recommendations based on knowing what type of heating they might have, or knowing, if they have air conditioning or things like that. So it's not like specific to AMI usage, and then the evaluation on the back end kind of determines, what you can count towards savings, because that really will take a look at what you thought the customer was going to, use compared to a control group, and then what their behavior actually caused to happen.
And do you have similar energy efficiency requirements in either West Virginia or Pennsylvania?
Not in West Virginia, but we do in Pennsylvania.
And so is there like cross coordination between what you do here in Maryland and what you do north of the border?
Sure. So the programs are pretty similar between the states. We do have kind of one team that looks kind of across our footprint to make sure that we're getting best practices from each of our jurisdictions. So if we, saw something happening in Pennsylvania that we're like, hey, that would really work out well in Maryland, we'll try to pull it over into Maryland. For this program in particular, it's very, very similar across both Pennsylvania and Maryland.
All right, thank you. So let's move on to WGL.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Spencer Nichols on behalf of Washington Gas, and I'll let my colleagues introduce themselves. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Josh McClelland, spelled MCCLELLAND. I oversee the energy efficiency portfolios across WGL's service territories. The second half of 2024 saw unprecedented success across the full portfolio of EmPOWER programs that Washington Gas implements. The company continues its upward performance trajectory of producing energy savings and reducing greenhouse gas emissions through EmPOWER. To go over the programmatic details, I'd like to hand over the presentation to Erica Moore, and I'll be available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Erica Moore. It's spelled M-O-O-R-E, and I oversee program delivery for our EmPOWER programs. I will provide an overview of our portfolio's performance for 2024. So, first of all, Washington Gas continued its strong EmPOWER performance from the past few years and achieved 147% of our annual therm savings goal. We saved a total of 2.4 million annual therms, which translates to over 20,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent abated. As the programs currently stand, we are on track to achieve our cycle greenhouse gas savings goal. We issued almost $7 million in incentives to our customers, which represents the largest spending category you can see in the expenditures donut chart on the bottom right there. A key highlight from 2024 is the strong performance of our C&I sector, which includes both prescriptive and custom programs. Together, they achieved 233% of their annual therm savings goal. Another highlight is that our residential retrofit coordinated program, which incorporates gas therm savings purchased from our electric utility counterparts, achieved its annual savings goal for the first time. Some challenges that we've seen so far this year include resource constraints due to additional planning activities required by the new EmPOWER bill. In addition, while our programs as approved continue to perform well, ongoing calls to remove gas equipment from external stakeholders take staff time away from program implementation work and has caused some uncertainty among our trade allies. So moving on to the program level for the semi-annual period, I'll start on the left with the residential sector, which encompasses most of the programs that we offer. We continue to see strong performance in all of these programs, and the overall sector ended at 133% of its annual therm savings goal. Over 65% of total expenditures for 2024 were in the form of incentives issued to Maryland homeowners, residents, and home builders. And during our last semi-annual hearing, I reported that our demand response program had not generated any savings due to the startup time needed to transition from last cycle's pilot to a full program. However, I'm happy to report that we successfully completed that transition in the second half of 2024. We enrolled new customers in the program and exceeded our participation goal. Once the weather turned cold in the winter, we ran a couple events and ended the year just shy of our savings target. Moving on to the commercial sector, I already mentioned that this sector achieved 233% of its annual target. Both the prescriptive and custom programs overperformed and ended up producing almost equal savings to one another, despite the prescriptive program having a slightly lower target. In that sector, steam traps continue to deliver a large portion of savings for the prescriptive program especially, which represents a value add for customers with existing steam systems that need regular maintenance to operate at an optimal, efficient level. And looking ahead, we have one public school district that has already submitted pre-approval applications for over 20 custom projects, which we hope to see close in 2025, but might carry over into 2026 as well. And public institutions continue to leverage our program funding to proactively improve their equipment and building performance. Finally, all the way to the right on this slide is our pilot activity for the year. We continue to support the Extended Clean Energy Advantage financing pilot, which has 33 active Washington Gas customer loans currently. We closed out our gas heat pump pilot in Q3 in line with our approved extension, and we decommissioned all sites and filed our final reports. Finally, our new pilot for the cycle, the Boiler Energy Management System pilot, spent most of 2024 actively recruiting participants. As of the end of the year, 21 customers signed up for the pilot, 7 of which have completed installations and are now collecting performance data. This concludes the portion of the presentation covering 2024 performance, and we welcome your input and questions.
Anything else from you guys? All right, Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious, now that, as you know, I spoke about this a little bit regarding the transition from energy efficiency to now more of an emission reduction goal. Where do you see WGL fitting in that concept going forward?
No, I believe I can take that one, Commissioner. So we believe Washington Gas still has a very prevalent role to play in supporting the state achieve its emission reduction targets. The variety of program measures and offerings that we service or deliver to our customers do achieve greenhouse gas emissions both on an annual and life cycle basis. Some of that is attributed to the installation of high efficiency gas equipment and appliances, and some of them are for more other non-gas equipment related measures. So we believe that the company has a very big part to play in helping reduce emissions.
And do you think that some of the programs that you've had some experience working on now, and for a couple of them, some success, regarding on the energy emission efficiency side, are there some of these going to transfer over for you, or are you looking at brand new initiatives that you'll bring to us later in the summer?
I'll kick that off, and I'll ask my colleagues to jump in if there's any other additional comments. But it's a little bit of both, Commissioner. I believe a lot of the programs, or all of the programs that we are currently operating, can carry over and transition to this new, GHG reduction target methodology or mechanism that we're going to be transitioning over to. And as part of the planning process, and also alongside the alternate plan that we're required to file by August 15th, we are exploring new programs and offerings out there that we can deliver to our customers.
I didn't want to cut anybody out. No one else. Okay. All right. I know we're running up short in time. I won't go too further. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I appreciate your answers.
Commissioner Sushman.
Okay, so good afternoon. For demand response, what value does the company get with effective demand response? What is it that you? So this was the question I'd asked earlier about, what is it for each of these programs, you hope to achieve something other than just GHG reduction. So for demand response, what does the company get in terms of benefits?
So I will say that our demand response program is apart from the electric utility demand response programs. It wasn't initially designed to reduce system constraints. It was more viewed as an extra tool in the EmPOWER toolbox that we have at our disposal to help reduce energy consumption and therefore customer bills. So it's just another tool in the toolbox that we have to drive savings.
Okay, I guess I'm not So you're just asking customers to just use less, and it could be any time of the day. So you're not seeing a point where you're experiencing either high gas prices or I mean, constraints on pipes. You're not seeing any of that. So what's the point, I guess?
I believe the point is that we look at demand response the way that we would look at any of the other programs that we offer through EmPOWER. Again, it's another tool in the toolbox. We have a lot of different ways that we can reduce emissions and energy consumption, either through the installation of gas equipment, through the behavioral program, through energy conservation kits. And so we want to use every opportunity and methodology that's out there to help our customers reduce consumption, which then lead to those additional benefits like reduced monthly bills and lowering their impact on energy costs.
Okay, but demand response is not anything that it's helping the company.
I say would it help the company in terms of meeting those targets that we're required to
Other than that, it's not having a benefit to the company in terms of sort of addressing. I think you've answered my question. So you've closed out the heat pump pilot, and I know that you've had some issues with the program. How many heat pumps did you end up installing?
I think it ended up being 3 sites, 3 heat pumps.
Okay, and are you still collecting data?
No, those sites have since been decommissioned and all work is done with that pilot, so we're not collecting any additional data, and we haven't filed for any continuation or additive measures for gas
so
heat pumps
tell me
at
what
this time.
decommission means.
It means they've been removed from the home and new equipment has replaced them.
And so there are no gas heat pumps.
There are no gas heat pumps that are currently installed in those sites anymore. That's
Okay.
correct.
And why were they removed?
They were pre-production units, so they were never intended to be long-term staying in the homes.
Okay, so they're in the homes, and now they've been replaced with.
I'd have to double check each individual site, but we replaced with efficient versions of the existing equipment. So if they had a furnace, for example, we gave them an efficient furnace to replace that.
Okay, so why did you not keep the gas heat pumps in place?
Well, if I could add, Commissioner Suchman, the program wasn't approved by the commission, so we wouldn't be recovering those costs through the surcharge.
Okay, so I'd have to ask my trustee advisor. So the last I remember, we allowed it to continue on for, but limited the number of projects, and then did we just shut it down?
That's correct. It was a pilot, so it was intended to study the usage of the products in the homes for just the pilot period, and then at the end of the pilot, we decommissioned the sites.
And so where are those heat pumps now?
I think they've been. I'd have to double check. Honestly, I would have to check.
I guess I don't. I mean, I have a gas heat pump. Seems to be working just fine. So I don't understand why they didn't just stay in place. So,
if I could clarify, the gas heat pump pilot was a new technology that was not currently in the market.
So
available.
it wouldn't be the gas heat pump
Correct.
that I have.
It would be a different technology entirely. Yes.
Okay. And did we end up with any results?
We did see savings in the sites, but we did not end up pursuing including them in our programs going forward.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Barbie.
These are great numbers. I appreciate them. I do have I have to ask this question for my friends in the legislature. Do you measure and quantify methane leakage at all? As a company, have you been reducing that, or has it been staying stable? Is that something that you're able to report to us right now? If you're not, I'd understand.
I cannot, Commissioner Barve, but we have multiple proceedings, I believe, where we report regularly on leaks and leak reduction efforts.
Okay, well then I'll check through those other channels. Thank you.
Okay. So I don't think there's any questions for me. So So why don't we break for lunch and we'll come back at 1:45, I guess. All right, thank you. EmPOWER 9705, Department of Housing and Community Development, and whoever's starting, start.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Malika Holmes, Deputy Director of the Housing and Building Energy Programs. Presenting with me, starting from the far right, is Seth Fawcett, our Workforce and Technical Operations Manager, Lynette Harley, our Business Development Manager, Zach Amini Rockwell, who is our Senior Program Manager, Preston Thomas, our Energy Program Manager, and Amy Grasso, our Counsel.
Good enough. Okay.
Hello, and thank you to the chairman and commission members for having us today. My name is Seth Fawcett, and I am the recently onboarded Workforce Development Manager for Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development, noted on the slide here. As noted...
Actually, just spell your last name.
My last name is spelled F-A-W-C-E-T-T.
Thank you.
As noted on our slide here, our current tally of service providers sits at 15. We are hoping to double the existing field of in-network workers by 2026. As we know, workforce development is a key element in ensuring the state efficiency programs are staffed by qualified technicians who will in turn gain career-building professional experience. Maryland DHCD constantly engages with the existing network of service providers for training and technical assistance, but there is an ever-growing need for additional workers and organizations to deliver on Maryland's ambitious climate and energy-related goals. To that end, Maryland DHCD has laid the groundwork for a three-part plan to recruit, train, and support energy efficiency professionals across the state. Part 1 will see the department leverage our marketing team and existing contacts with local vocational, educational, and professional organizations to identify potential candidates. Part 2 will facilitate on-the-job technical training with participating contractors, and Part 3 will expand the normal menu of training options to include non-technical soft skills and other professional best practices for both beginning technicians and established business owners in the field. The largest obstacle, by far, has been the uncertainty regarding federal funding, which will obviously impact the department's ability to implement these initiatives. Nonetheless, Maryland DHCD remains committed to continuing our support of the state's workforce and energy agenda. Thank you.
I think, good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm sorry about that. My name is Lynette Harley. Last name is Harley, and I am the Business Development Manager for DHCD. Here in this slide, I'm going to be discussing our increased outreach that we have and the numbers that we've seen in the year of 2024 and what we hope to achieve in the year of 2025. So in 2024, we did close with our grant program applications at 1,523. So far, we have reached 660 applications for this year, and so we hope to exceed last year's number by at least 100 to 200 applications, and we hope to see an outreach increase of 20% compared to 2024, which would result in reaching 1,200 additional Maryland residents. For our referral networks, we have started to develop different referral groups, 2 nonprofit organizations, 5 local DHS offices, 1 Medicaid office, which is for the state of Maryland, 1 local military base, which is Andrews Base, and then we are working with a referral network with builders and realtor associations throughout the state of Maryland. In regards to our events, we definitely doubled our efforts. In 2023, we had 35 events. In 2024, we increased it to 53 events. And so far in 2025, we've attended 58 events. So we will be hopefully closing the year of 2025 with about 60 to 70 events in total for the year of 2025. And then with our marketing efforts, we did take the advice from our last semi-annual, so we are looking at printing our collateral in Korean, Chinese, and Mandarin as well. And we do effectively have it now in both English and Spanish. So when I say collateral, I mean we have brochures for each program. So EmPOWER, MIHA, Be Smart, and our Whole Home Special Loans program. And then we also have our winter campaign that just closed out, which did really well. And then we have ongoing right now our spring campaign. So with all of these efforts together, we hope to really increase the knowledge that our Maryland residents have over the EmPOWER program and DHCD as an organization. I will go ahead and pass it on to my colleague, Zach.
All right.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. Nice to be speaking here again. Zachary Amini Rockwell, that's spelled AMINI-ROCKWELL. So the Single Family LIHEAP program had a record year this year. We had the most assisted customers that we've had since taking over the program, with 2,404. And this has seen a continual ramp up in the program since the end of 2023. So for those three semi-annuals in a row, we have been on an upward trajectory in our production as we ramp up. And then we're looking to do that again at the beginning of 2025. We're already at 995 completed units. So we're hoping if we stay on this trajectory, we'll be at about 1,400 for the semi-annual next time around. So good growth so far. Happy to see that. As a part of that, we have seen also our record in megawatt hour savings. So we have 4,300 megawatt hour savings to date for this year, or sorry, for 2024. On top of that, this change to greenhouse gas savings is going to give us the opportunity to implement electrification in our programs, which would just be another avenue that we can provide more of these savings to our customers who are going to need it to make that switch over to electrification. And then to close out, despite, we have had a record year and happy to see that growth, but we are aware that, we have work to do to get to our goal. And so to do that, we are implementing a number of things as discussed by Lynette and Seth. One of those, as a part of on top of what they're doing, is a second round of RFP for our contractors to bring in additional statewide weatherization contractors. And then on top of that, we are bringing on 2 additional local weatherization agencies. So those are nonprofit partners who also perform the work. And so this is kind of working towards getting to that issue that one of our biggest barriers in this ramp up, which is the workforce side of things, which Seth discussed previously. That is it for the LIHEAP program, so I'm going to pass it over to Preston for the MEHA.
Good afternoon. My name is Preston Thomas, THOMAS. I am the program manager of the Multifamily Energy Efficiency and Housing Affordability Program, better known as MEHA, obviously. The MEHA program has had a great year as well. We completed 3,860 units, and if we compare that to the 21 to 23 cycle, which had steady production throughout the cycle, each year we had completed just over 2,500 units in that cycle, so this is a jump up of about 53%. That said, we didn't meet our forecast, but we have an extremely strong pipeline of about 18,000 units of projects that are in review currently, and so we have, the future is bright there. So additionally, I'd like to highlight one other thing about the program, where since the ability to fund electrification measures in our program, we've had 15 projects that have gone back to the drawing board and evaluated electrification in their projects, and that's almost 4,000 units there. We're going to continue the outreach and marketing efforts that Lynette spoke about, and look to meet our forecast in the future. Thanks.
DHCD submitted a proposal to incentivize higher affordability by implementing a tier structure, and we were asked to submit additional information on that. Previously, we discussed this as addressing 2 goals: to address the shortage of affordable rental housing and also the cost burden for occupants and their utility costs. And the proposal that we submitted, we determined that it was initially counterproductive to meet the legislation targets because it would result in a 22% increase to our current program budget and not produce any additional savings. And so it would have been difficult to manage the escalating construction costs based on that proposed model. We submitted an amended proposal for the two-tier structure that still had the higher affordability and the higher term in the higher tier with the 15-year affordability term, but instead it's based on a dollar amount based up to 90% of the existing MIHA measure funding list, and the lower tier, which has an affordability period of 5 to 14 years with an amount based on 70% of our current measure list funding. Our program, as it's currently structured, produces about 80% of the costs, which is what our measure list is based on. And so it will be a slight increase to the budget of about 5%, but still give us the ability to meet our departmental goals and state goals to increase affordable housing units and reduce the housing cost burden. Okay. Any questions from the commission?
Well, actually, so Commissioner Richard, Commissioner Richard, go ahead. So.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. No questions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barbie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just ask a question I typically always ask, and that is the whole unfortunate issue of people who are resistant to these kinds of programs because, you know, they don't want to admit to themselves that they need these programs. Just briefly discuss how you try to work around that, how you try to approach people who really need the help so that they can get it and feel good about themselves, if you could.
So that is primarily through our outreach programs, which Lynette can take.
Thank you. So yes, the stigma that we see is not wanting to participate because they don't want to be categorized under limited income, which is why we use the term limited instead of saying low. So that's one thing that we try to focus in. For example, in our marketing campaigns, we've started to say sort of, let's think about the items that we're replacing and have that focus there, so then they just kind of initiate the application. So we'll say, learn how you can obtain free appliances through our EmPOWER program. So they can then click an interest form, and everything is sort of more in the private matter. In our outreach events, we just do a nice little baggie. We say, you know, here's the application, this is our website, here's a QR code. So everything's in a private method where they can go home, go fill out our information, and they don't have to feel that they're publicly displaying all their information.
Okay, good. I mean, I'm glad that you, I know that you guys think about this, and I want to appreciate the fact that you do, and that, and hopefully over time we'll become more successful.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Commissioner Tushman.
So, good afternoon. So I'm assuming this tiered proposal is to target renters who you can't reach in other programs because they don't own the property. Is that the purpose of this?
So the whole MIHA program is focused on rental properties. So this is a part. This would affect the MIHA program, and the whole MIHA program is rental property.
Okay, and have you seen at sort of interest, or are you still, because we've chatted before about the challenges in getting owners of rental property to sign up for weatherization or some other. So are you seeing more of an interest on the part of property owners, or are you still running into challenges?
We have a lot of interest from property owners.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, and just to clarify that this is multifamily properties.
Right.
We're talking about rental properties. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we have significant interest with, you know, we've received funding requests from, I think we're reviewing about 83 projects right now, and they contain over 18,000 units of rental property that we're reviewing, and we're trying to get through all those and so that we can get the production and report those savings.
Okay, and then the timing of that, the minimum 15 years, that's the requirement that the property remain rental, so that you're not sort of encountering a situation where they're taking advantage of access to funding and then turn around and then sell it. So you're putting limits on.
Yes, the program has an affordability requirement, obviously, for all projects. And that requirement is that the projects need to stay affordable for 5 years. That's a minimum. Most projects that we interact with have affordability designations like a regulatory agreement or a tax covenant for a much longer period. But
So they may be Section 8 housing, for example.
they could be
Okay.
a lot of low-income housing tax credit projects that we interact with, and other programs through DHCD that we interact with. One of the areas that we want to expand is projects that aren't currently designated affordable. And so for those projects, we write the affordability requirements right into the grant agreement, so that after they participate in our program, there are affordable housing residents that live there currently, and they cannot raise rents. It's now rent controlled for that time period.
Okay. And then does that open them up for opportunities to tap into other programs once you've made the designation? So in other words, can a property then become Section 8 because it's been designated as affordable?
I think that property has the ability to do that regardless of our program.
Okay.
So it's not necessarily dictating it one way or the other.
Okay. All right.
But
That's
they
all I have.
can leverage the funding with other funding sources that have an affordability
That's what I was
requirement.
kind of thinking, is that it sort of creates opportunity that maybe you couldn't take advantage of if it was just you, but if you could marry it with some other program, then all of a sudden you can sort of go ahead and replace the hot water heater or sort of do something else.
Yes, many of the projects that we interact with also receive other funding from DHCD or outside of DHCD, and we leverage those funds to get a deeper retrofit and help finance the project.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. DHCD and MEHA both have the same thing in common, in the sense that you have projects that extend over a longer period. And so you mentioned in one of the slides, for example, that you had 18,000, roughly a little more than 18,000 projects that were in review. But as you know, we're transitioning now from energy reduction to emission reduction. So we've already mentioned that you've had some challenges with bringing on new trained staff to help with some of this work. Some of the funding from the federal government's a little shaky right now. So what's going to happen to some of those projects long term? Do you see yourself being able to complete them all? Are we looking at having brought some of these customers in and made some promises to them only to now renege on it later? How do you see it working out?
Yeah, in terms of the MEHA program, the uncertainty that exists in other funding sources has had an effect on our projects. And really what we're talking about is 20% of the cost, as Malika had mentioned. The MEHA program covers a good portion of the cost. It doesn't cover all of the cost. And so when projects are looking for other sources of funding, it's a small percentage of the total cost of the project, but it's an important percentage because in affordable housing, a lot of times projects don't have the money to pay that additional 20%. But I think that there are resources out there, and I think that our programs are really good at finding other sources to leverage with and connecting with other, Montgomery County Green Bank, for example, or any other sources inside or outside of DHCD, MEA, and other locations. So that's just that's what we need to focus on to move forward, but not all projects require that additional financing from other locations. Some of them are able to move forward without. And I have a strong feeling that these 18,000 that we're talking about are still moving forward, regardless of what happens with the federal administration.
Okay, so and you think you'll have the staffing to do it, and
Yes.
We're working on that.
We're in the process of staffing up our teams so that we can handle the capacity.
okay. Just trying to make sure that we don't have we didn't make promises that we can't keep
Sure.
for some of these customers that are expecting that work.
Yes.
So.
And it should, I just want to note that the MEHA program is providing financing for the work. So our staffing is really, it's like project underwriters and project managers, and we're just managing the project in the sense that we're managing the financing of the project. We're not actually the contractors on the ground or energy auditors or anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's all I had. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So in your outreach list, you mentioned doing something with Andrews Air Force Base. So
Yes.
what exactly are you doing with them?
Yeah, so they have a monthly housing webinar, and so I attend that webinar and I will present information about EmPOWER because a large percentage of their military are actually within our income limits. And so if they've purchased a property and are living in it, they can go ahead and apply for the program. In regards to the renters, because there sometimes is a confusion between our single-family program and our multi-family program. So with renters, we also make sure we reach out to them and let them know they can participate in the program. Their landlord just has to be on board with participation. And so we've been hosting multiple events in person and targeting landlords and tenants to attend because we need to let the landlord know that they qualify because of their tenant's income. So we try to break it down nicely so everyone understands and applies for the program.
Sure.
So for the single-family home, once you provide some assistance, do you also put limits on their ability to then flip the property in the same way? So do you have it as a 5-year or?
So currently we only have a 1 year for the single family program because it's the owner's property. I believe that's how it was originally set up was, since it's their property, we're investing, they have to keep it affordable for the year, and they cannot kick a tenant out early for any reason other than what would normally be removing them due to another stipulation on their lease.
Okay, so a year doesn't sound like a lot. I guess, so are you aware of how that program has been functioning? Are you seeing, in other words, are you seeing owners of property kind of taking advantage of some free money, putting in weatherization, and then turning around and selling it? Have you seen any of that?
That has not. Good.
We actually have a 2-year limit on their ability to increase the rent.
No, but you said a year, it limits a year for their ability to sell the property.
I might be able to clarify. So
Please.
with last year's legislation, DHCD was required to implement regulations that prevented a landlord from evicting a tenant because of or due to the energy efficiency upgrades. So DHCD has drafted those regulations. They have been submitted to one of the
EALR committee.
Thank
yeah,
you,
right.
EALR.
Sure.
And they're under review. Now, DHCD drafted them with a 2-year term.
Okay.
And we have been questioned as to why the 2 years and why not forever. But I think forever is not an option. DHCD is not going to get 20 years down the road and say, hey, you released this tenant because of your energy efficiency upgrades. So there has to be some cutoff point.
Presumably, I mean, even with the 2-year, if you're starting to see a turnover, you'll get in touch with us and we can find a way to address it, I'm assuming.
Absolutely.
Yep. Absolutely. I mean, it's not something that I will say, as far as I've seen in the program, that has not been a common occurrence, but without knowing further, as we monitor it, it would be.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. So, are there other military bases in the state that you could possibly work with?
That's a good question. At this time, I haven't been able to identify another base that has a lot of military and because the Andrew base actually does the drawing a blank on the center, but the resource center. So a lot of the military will go there to learn about their benefits of being a first-time home buyer, or how much they can afford to rent in the different areas. So Andrews Base has a nice resource center and staff that can help. So I'm just an addition to the resources that they're already providing. But I'm always outreaching to different organizations and nonprofits and things.
I mean, the reason why I ask is, and this is more anecdotal, not anything based on specific evidence, but I've heard that the housing provided on military bases is not necessarily all that good, and so I would think that the military families that are living on the base could actually benefit from what we could do for them. Now, I don't know how complicated it is providing our services to federal facilities and all that kind of stuff, but
yeah, I understand what you're saying. I actually am a military spouse, so I do know what you said, what you mean. What some of the military are against is that their base pay gets taken to pay the housing. So if they can find affordable housing, then they can actually profit a little bit more and keep money for their families. So that's why there's typically a resource center to help you find rental properties or teach you how to purchase your home. And then after a year, you may want to rent if you get stationed somewhere else. So that's, again, the resource of why I talk about our program, so they can see the benefit as a first-time home buyer. There may be a room for improvement in our EmPOWER program, and so we can help you improve and retrofit your home.
So this past session of the General Assembly, there were a lot of concerns raised about high energy bills and various solutions offered to deal with that. And one of the solutions that got pitched was eliminating the EmPOWER surcharge. And on behalf of the commission, I resisted that. And one of the reasons why that I gave to the legislators as to why they shouldn't do that is the fact that there had been this recent change where the Department of Housing and Community Development was put in charge of providing services to low and moderate income families, and it seemed to me a particularly bad time to eliminate that service as one of the ways that actually could help customers with their high energy bills by making their houses more energy efficient and hopefully lowering their usage. So the only thing I want to offer to the department, I'm very pleased with what I've seen from what you've accomplished this past year and your goals and whatnot. But just understand that you're literally under the microscope, and if people may be looking to see that if it doesn't provide the services as advertised, that they may circle back to this idea. One way to save people's money on people's bills is to eliminate the EmPOWER surcharge. So I'm perfectly happy to continue to go to bat for what you're doing, but I obviously need you to do what you do and continue your efforts. So.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Well, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, there is another issue that was on the agenda for today, and it had to do with DHCD's translation of the savings goals into GHG reduction goals. I'm not sure if you guys have read DHCD's filing and would like to ask questions, or if you'd like for me to give a summary.
Well, why don't you give a summary, and then that may spark some questions.
Sure. Okay, so in order 91461, the Commission asked DHCD to make a filing by February 18th of this year that confirmed that its program meets the goals of House Bill 864. And Malika can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think DHCD was a little bit confused. It filed its program plan in 2023, and it had some measures like electrification that were kind of aimed at the GHG reduction. And in fact, the Public Service Commission, the commissioners denied that without prejudice, and when it was refiled after the passage of House Bill 864, which changed the targets into greenhouse gas reduction targets, the commission then approved DHCD's request to add electrification. There was a requirement by the commission that staff put together a work group to evaluate the program plans for the utilities and whether or not they meet the greenhouse gas reduction goals as required by statute. DHCD wasn't included in that, and it was not included in the work group report that did a lot of fancy calculations and made some determinations relating to the utilities and whether or not their program plans satisfy the requirements. And I think after that, the utilities were required to file amended plans. So DHCD, I think, saw itself as exempt based on not having been involved in any of this. At the time that its program plan was approved, the commission gave some favorable language stating that it appeared that its plan was geared towards achieving both its legislatively mandated targets as well as the state's climate goals. And that, of course, was before the climate goals were mandated, but I think with the department understanding that the commission recognized that their plan was focused on that state objective of greenhouse gas reduction, and then coupled with the fact that it was not involved in the process of converting savings goals to greenhouse gas reduction goals, I think the department understood that its plan as submitted was sufficient and it didn't need to make any changes. But then it received this instruction, and that's why we submitted the filing on February 18th and kind of said, we think we're good, but please let us know if we're not and, what we need to do. That's the gist of it.
Okay. So any questions from Commissioner Sussman?
Okay, so the instruction came from us?
Yes, yes. So Order 91461, which was in December of last year, it dealt with DHCD's, it approved DHCD's electrification request, and it also said we need to know whether this will meet the greenhouse gas reduction goals. As such, the Commission directs DHCD to make a detailed filing by February 18th that confirms that its program, as currently designed, and with the Commission's electrification approval, complies with House Bill 864 and is expected to meet its GHG reduction target.
Okay, and then it's your position in the filing that you made that you complied with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Oh, I think, okay, so Malika's pointing out that House Bill 864 required the Commission to issue an order as soon as possible in 2024 that determined greenhouse gas emission reduction targets for gas, electric, and DHCD.
Okay.
So I guess the question...
Yeah, no, I understand, and we'll just have that on the to-do list for what we issue from this proceeding. So.
Thank you very much. So as of now, we're good.
Like we are, so.
I appreciate that.
Thank
Alrighty,
you.
with that, we're going to move on to the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates and Montgomery County. And so, whoever wants to go first has, because I think you got to run. If you have slide presentations, then you have to use that thing. If not, you can just sit anywhere. So.
Give us 1 second to pull up the presentation. Good news is it's a very short presentation.
No, that's fine. Don't worry. We're good. So.
Hey, Ben, I'm not seeing it. Thank you. Thanks, Ben. Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Garrett Fitzgerald, Fitzgerald. I'm here representing Montgomery County along with my colleague Jeremy Good, Good, whom I will turn the presentation over to.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Hoover and commissioners. We appreciate your time in keeping the dialogue going on this topic. Briefly, I've been with Montgomery County for about 2 years, and my role is Residential Energy Performance Manager, which means overseeing both a market rate and a low and moderate income electrification program. Prior to that, I worked in the field doing energy audits as well as electrification projects. And going way back, I worked in IT. So there's a little bit of interest in this topic due to my first career. And this is 15-minute interval data very quickly becomes a complex topic. However, our interest is simple. We would like to enable data from the existing smart meters to lower the barriers to electrification for Marylanders. And we think that's particularly important when it comes to emergency replacement scenarios, which is a common one. And it also ties, has an equity component where, our friends at DHCD may be able to electrify more homes at a lower cost if they don't need to upgrade as many panels. And we think 15-minute data is the best way to provide that information. For example, in an emergency replacement scenario, if sort of the conventional worksheet method for determining electrical load indicates that you need a panel upgrade, that house probably isn't getting an electric appliance if it has a fossil one today, because it's, by the Exelon Utilities admission, potentially a 7 to 14 week process. So we're grateful that the smart meters are already in place to do this today. So we're not talking about an extensive project to replace a meter at everyone's home. And the electrical code has provision for 15-minute interval data. Our interpretation of that piece of the code differs from the Exelon Utilities, which does not mention 60-minute data anywhere. And so we think that we understand while there is a cost to making this change, we're talking about an incremental cost when looking at the bigger picture of AMI and adding a valuable capability for Marylanders. And that the alternative that the Exelon Utilities mentioned in their filing for individual panel monitors is not scalable and not cost effective. Whereas pretty much anybody who has a smart meter, if it can collect 15-minute data, other than those maybe who have just switched service or something like that, they can go ahead and get the answer they need, the most accurate information about whether their house needs a panel upgrade or not. So we recognize that there is cost and complexity to this. Montgomery County does not have the expertise to evaluate the numbers that the joint Exelon Utilities provided. And so that's partly why we're asking for an RFI or some other third-party assessment of the costs that Exelon has put forward. And we used the example, we saw a nice example in Maine where they took on a different data platform project than 15-minute data, but had some significant similarities in that they were looking to provide a benefit to the residents in their state, and they sought input from vendors who work in the IT utility space, as well as from municipalities and other stakeholders. There may be other ways to validate the costs, and we're focusing on the potential benefits for the residents of Montgomery County and beyond in Maryland. And I will hand it over to Garrett for a few comments.
Well, I'll just briefly say, I mean, we're absolutely not advocating that we should be providing 15-minute data regardless of the cost. If this costs $36 million, like we heard this morning, this is probably not a thing worth doing, and we're not arguing that this is the end all be all. Ideal world, we would have a lot more granular data, more actionable data that could potentially save an awful lot of people an awful lot of money and advance electrification in the state. And those are both things that we want to do. The conundrum that we're in is we have absolutely no idea how many properties would be found to not need a panel upgrade if 15-minute data was available, relative to how many are found to not need it using the worksheet method that's used right now. We do not know. There is not a way to know. So we offered a couple of ideas. We offered the RFI idea is really just about, can we bring that $36 million down? We would have to bring it down a lot for this to be worth exploring further. We readily admit that. The second piece, though, is it possible in some way to end up with better data that compares how often in a situation where you have 15-minute interval measured data, how often would the findings differ regarding whether you need a panel upgrade from what the worksheet method that's used right now tells us. We heard this morning that it sounds like there are actually a sample of homes. I don't know how big that. We have not talked about this with the Joint Exelon utilities, but we did hear that there are some properties, some residential properties that do have meters capable of 15-minute data. Is it possible to look at a pilot where when folks want to electrify in those properties specifically, and the worksheet method is used, we could see how often? We only know of two homes, where both the worksheet method and 15-minute data have both been available at the same time, and in both cases, the worksheet method says you need a panel upgrade, and the 15-minute data, which is actual measured data, says you don't. So how big a problem, how widespread is this? How many more people might we be able to move through electrification without spending an extra $6,000 and waiting a longer time? We don't know, but this is why we've raised the issue, and just appreciate that this is something we've all been exploring together. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Fleshman.
Okay, so recognizing that I'm not an engineer and I don't play one on TV, if you can walk me through what the 15-minute incremental data provides that you don't get from the hour data in terms of whether you need a panel upgrade or not.
So, good question. There are two methods in the electrical code to assess the loads in an existing building. One is what I refer to as the worksheet method. Essentially, you go and add up everything in the house, and then you apply some formulas, and it spits out a number. So that doesn't take into account the behavior of that particular household. The other is monitoring the actual energy use of that house. And I have it right here, NEC 220.87.
And you can't get that from hourly data.
Well, so what it says is maximum data is available for a 1-year period. Maximum demand data is available for a 1-year period. The problem there is that the residential meters don't collect demand data. That would be the instantaneous power in watts. What they collect is consumption, or watt hours or kilowatt hours. And so then there's an exception that says if that's not available for a 1-year period, you can use 15-minute data. So in my reading of this, there is no path to use 60-minute data with.
Okay.
So
So
that means
because
you're using
of the code, you can't do it. You
and
have
that's
those,
why we're
those
asking.
two. Okay.
We're asking because this is what's in the code.
Okay. But it's not. I mean, if the code allowed for hour data, and you could use the hour data,
we would take it.
You would take it, and
But
the
it's
utilities would
not-
happily give it to you since that's what's available.
available
but
now, yeah.
the problem is you're constrained by what's in the code.
That's right.
All right. And then when you're talking about electrification, it's really sort of whatever it is it's either it's putting in a new charger for an EV, it's doing a heat pump, whatever it is that you're converting. If you're converting gas to electric in whatever context, you'll need a panel upgrade, because you won't be able to know if the worksheet tells you that you need a panel upgrade, you're going to have a panel upgrade. And in your experience, how often do ratepayers need the panel upgrade when they're looking to add?
So we don't have a lot of data on that. We do have one grantee through our low and moderate income program who focused on replacing gas stoves with electric stoves. And their goal, this grant year is ending at the end of this month. Their goal was to install 75 stoves, and they anticipated 10 panel upgrades. By the time they got to the 6-month mark, they were finding that 50% were being indicated for upgrades. So and some of this is part of long-standing industry norms, where sometimes the electricians aren't actually even doing the worksheet, and they're just saying, oh, well, that panel's full, you need a panel upgrade. So we've been able to reduce that, and have not had, I think we've just had 2 panel upgrades in the last few months, but we've had several sub-panels added.
Yeah.
Still at significant cost, but a lower cost.
No, I mean, it seems like, based on my earlier comments, I think we have sort of an ongoing issue around data access. Who gets the data, and how granular it needs to be. And Mr. Fitzgerald, you pointed out the fact that we're going to be stymied in what it is that we want to do if we don't get the data. The other question is how do we address the panel issue with the limited data we have? I mean, I'd hate to spend $38 million because there's a provision in the code that maybe doesn't work anymore. So we keep the provision in place, and we end up spending $38 million to upgrade the IT system because there's a little bit of so I think this may just involve more exploration, and maybe not an RFI yet. Maybe some additional conversation, but I think the issue around data and access to data is an important one, and I think it's come up in a number of different contexts of proceedings that we're having. So I think we'll need to continue to explore that. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have to say that I appreciate the walk down memory lane here. Back in 2017 or 2016, the Commission actually asked me to lead a work group on data transmission related issues. It had the very unique name of acronym of RSDAWG. So it's part of the, it just kind of rolls, It's part of the reason why I remembered it. But I remember the conversations being very complex, and the Commission ultimately didn't proceed with some of the recommendations we made. But this was PC 44, and so I was just able to find the report, just a lot longer than I thought it was. But the question that I had for Montgomery County is one of the topics that if I remember correctly, we discussed back then. Because it was part of a work group, there was an opportunity to kind of go back and forth sharing concepts and ideas. And I think you heard earlier today I asked the question, was this proposal presented to some of the EmPOWER Maryland work groups? Have you had a chance to flush it out there? Because the 38 million is a pretty big number. So, there might be ways to get to where you want to be without needing to spend that much money. So I'm just curious as to how much other effort has been made to try and get there.
I'm not sure that there's an immediate place to plug into a work group with this topic, although we would welcome that. And, as I mentioned earlier,
we don't have domain knowledge when it comes to IT utility programs, so we would, our projects, so we would need to rely on others with that expertise to assess whether that number is reasonable or not.
I will say, though, that we have had some very constructive conversations with the Exelon utilities about this outside of the work group setting. How far we can go with it with the technical knowledge we have of IT infrastructure of utilities is obviously very limited. We're sort of cheerleading for the idea, ultimately in a position to trust folks who know what they're doing to ascertain what would really be involved with doing this, obviously.
Okay. So are you interested in, and I know pilots can be a bit concerning depending upon how long they last, but if there was a way to proceed in maybe in a smaller component, is that something you're open to, or is it something are you more focused on having something that's available for the entire county right away, or something that helps get you there to prove the point that maybe it's something worth proceeding further on?
Well, we use pilots. The programs I work on are pilots, and so certainly see the value in gathering information at a smaller scale to inform a larger process. That said, we do have some concerns about potentially adding multi-year delays. The electrification process is a one-time thing. We're not expecting people to switch back to fossil fuels later. So if this gets extended well into the future, it's going to be less valuable to households that are, evaluating their electrification plans.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'll have to read my old report from a decade ago. I don't remember what I said.
Senator
Thank you.
Richard. No questions. Senator Barbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I'm kind of a very hardcore numbers nerd, and I have to say that I have no idea what you're trying to communicate with these two charts. So let me just ask a fundamental question. The utility basically said they can manage their demand management programs with the data they have right now. You were here when they said that, right? Then why do we need it every 15 minutes?
So that plugs back into the electrical code, and this would be specifically for households that are being assessed for electrification, and the energy monitoring path within the electrical code specifies 15-minute data, and that's, we believe, the most accurate way to determine how much electrical capacity is in use today, and therefore subtracting from the panel capacity what's available for new electric appliances.
See, I thought the making an assessment of whether, back in the days when I actually owned a home, making an assessment of whether I should ditch my natural gas and go to all full up electricity had more to do with the cost of the appliances and the value of the fuel sources, and to build out two scenarios, fossil fuel versus electric, and see which is cheaper. I realized you might have to upgrade your panel, but I would never have thought of that as being the central deciding factor in whether I should go all electric or not. What am I missing here?
Well, we're trying to put our thumb on the scale toward moving things to electric to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So we're providing both technical support as well as incentives to county residents. And, if they're on, they're like, oh yeah, it works out for me to install a heat pump more cheaply than it would be to replace my gas furnace. But I don't want to spring for another $6,000 to upgrade my panel. Okay. Now, we don't, it's a case-by-case basis as to whether a household needs that. And so that's where having this data available in your Exelon customer portal for easy retrieval and assessment means that virtually no time needs to be spent determining whether or not you need the upgrade. It's a very quick answer, and we think that with 15-minute data,
more of the time that answer is going to be you can just go ahead and electrify without an upgrade safely within the electrical code.
Okay, I clearly have to study this more. Thank you.
So we talk about getting the data on an hourly basis or these 15-minute increments. I mean, are those the only two choices we got? I mean, is there a possibility of 30 minutes? I mean, does that do anything we're trying to do?
I don't know the answer to that. I think that utilities would be in a better position to do that since they're responsible for the AMI portion. The 15 minutes is specifically identified in the electrical code, which is why we've selected it.
Okay. I mean, I heard your cautionary talk about, look, this may not be worth the money that's been put forward, and obviously, that assessment by the utilities, I guess, is their best guess of what the IT costs would be. I guess one of the options for us, instead of like picking one or the other, is to in fact send us to another work group, maybe a new work group. But yeah, not necessarily run by you. So, but if we do that, it would probably be helpful for us to give pretty precise, instructions as about what we want the group to figure out. So I guess I'd like to sort of hear from you, if we follow that scenario, what sort of instructions should we, I mean, what are the questions that we need to answer to figure out, is it worth doing?
Yeah, I think we can only provide a partial answer.
And that's fine. I mean, I'm sure we'll get suggestions from other folks too. So, but I mean, take your best shot at what sorts of things need to be figured out to determine whether or not this is worth doing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would think that some of the examples that Commissioner Suchman raised this morning, there are probably a number of other challenges or opportunities that might even be more significant than this one. So depending on the scope of if we're talking about a work group kind of thinking about data access, data provision generally, this is probably one smaller piece of something like that. But we think it's important before we spend any ratepayer money on this, that we have a better understanding of how often this would essentially save customers from wasting money on an unnecessary panel upgrade, which both loses money, but just as importantly from a electrification mission standpoint, probably causes a lot of folks to just bail out and never proceed with the electrification project. So thinking about what would an avenue be to arrive at a comparative understanding of how often 15-minute measured data gives you a different decision or a different recommendation than the existing worksheet method would be useful. How big that sample size needs to be, where you would get the data, is there an opportunity to leverage meter infrastructure that might be out there now? Is there a way to design a pilot around that? I mean, these are questions primarily for the utilities, to more so than us, because we just don't have the expertise in those areas. But those are the kinds of things that I would personally want to see explored, rather than come hell or high water, let's find a way to go do this, because it is possible. We expected the cost would be an order of magnitude less than has been cited, and I think we gather from the comments this morning that a lot of the costs, I mean, we didn't hear a specific breakdown, but I gather anyway, I assume that a lot of the cost there is not necessarily exclusively IT costs, but rather other kinds of costs that go along with this if we assume a certain failure rate of pushing the information out over the air and having to send trucks. Obviously, there's a lot of costs that add up quickly if we assume that there's a lot of additional labor that's involved. Inviting other experts who have worked in this space. So the examples that we saw earlier from Maine, I think Jim saw something in New Hampshire. These are obviously not working on 15-minute data specifically, but we were struck when we heard, okay, we're asking, if we're in a situation where we're asking utilities to play with data in a new way that we haven't played with in the past, sounds pretty interesting to ask experts out there for some thoughts. And I think you could do that in a work group setting without even going down an RFI path. You could probably say, let's try to make sure we're finding some folks to come in and provide a little bit of their wisdom to help all of us understand, are there other ways of going about this that we haven't been thinking about so far, or that would be cheaper? So those are the kinds of things I would want to see personally in a work group setting.
And one other question. I mean, are you aware of this being done anywhere else in the country?
There's some has been done in California.
Okay. All right, but there's nobody. So I'll let you make a few comments if you can add clarification to it. I don't necessarily want you to re-argue the point you made this morning. So.
Sure. Well, there was one point I didn't know if you wanted the utility to weigh in, and I do appreciate your comments, Montgomery County, about being collaborative, and we want to continue to do that. So even if we don't come up with a formal pilot, we can, offline from this, continue to discuss ways that we can try and get to the bottom of if the 15-minute interval data would really add value to the mission you guys are aiming for, which is avoiding panel and service upgrades for your customers. I do want to clarify one thing that was said just from a technical standpoint, because it went kind of on the record, that 15-minute interval data is required by the National Electric Code. I think your interpretation of the code is different than the utilities, that you feel for a number of reasons, whether it's an inability for average contractors or electricians to calculate demand based off the usage data we can provide, or that you feel that that's the only real accurate method. But the actual National Electric Code does not require 15-minute interval if you have a year's worth of data. So I do just want to make that crystal clear, because that's what it says. And so it's not that we're like truly preventing customers today from doing the non-worksheet method if we can provide them a year's worth of data.
Well, yeah, let's talk about that for a second. Because what it says is a year's worth of demand data, and what Exelon told us was that residential meters don't provide that data.
So I don't think that that's an accurate statement. I don't know if that was something maybe that got miscommunicated in prior conversations. The meters capture the interval data, but you can calculate demand from the interval data. It's the peak demand over an hour. You can divide that by 4 to get it by 15 minutes, but it's not, I don't think it's an accurate statement that we can't provide the demand data. You can, an electrician reasonably could calculate demand from the data that they can download from Green Button download.
Well, I'll just reread this. Service or load for existing installations shall be permitted to use actual demand to determine the existing load under all of the following conditions. 1, the maximum demand data is available for a 1-year period. And so I'm not sure how an electrician factors into that. I think it needs to be provided by the smart meter. It's either provided by the smart meter or it's not, right?
Yeah. So one is KWH and one is KW. So
Right.
you can derive the KW from the KWH.
No.
Actually, since I don't necessarily want to engage in this Socratic debate, this may be something that we'll have the work group sort of figure out. So, but we'll just sort of leave it where it is right now. So.
Well, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering, so it's possible that you guys are sort of talking past each other, and I wonder if the solution's already there. So before we set it up for a work group, which could delay it, you're suggesting that you don't, I mean, you'd offered the fact that that there are just 2 ways of calculating whether you needed a panel upgrade according to the code. You're suggesting that there's a 3rd way, which can look at the data for a year and be able to make that calculation. That's not a sort of counting all the usage in the panel. And if that's the case, maybe you guys can sort of talk offline, and if there is a 3rd way, then we don't have to convene a work group, which we really do love work groups, and we'd like to have as many as possible. But if there's no reason to have one, maybe you can get back to us on whether you've kind of solved the problem.
The Joint Exxon Utilities are very open to that. So Montgomery County has been incredible about meeting with us and talking it through. So I think if that we want to take that step first, if you guys are amenable.
All right, well, let's leave it this way. I mean, we're intrigued enough about this to, maybe want to see this happen if we can make it happen at a reasonable expense. So if the two of you can figure out a way to make this work, that's great. Why don't you include a member of the technical staff on your discussions, and then that way we can be advised as to whether or not there is some solution to this, or there's a more difficult path for us to try to figure out how this thing works. So. Okay, all right. So why don't we turn to Maryland Energy Advocates?
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Miller. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates. For purposes of this filing, that includes the American Council for an Energy Efficient Economy, Mary Perk, Sierra Club, and the National Consumer Law Center on behalf of its low-income customers. With me is Mr. Jim Gravatt, who prepared our comments, so I'll turn it over to Jim to summarize what he said.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Hoover and Commissioners. Great to see all of you again. Commissioner Linton, good to see you back on the bench. I appreciate this opportunity to offer a few reflections. I realize we're looking at the first year of a 3-year cycle, which typically has been a year where we kind of mostly think, okay, well, the utilities are ramping up after they finish their last 3-year cycle and everything's going pretty okay, and there's not a whole lot to be said. And I think that's true here with a few exceptions, and so I want to call your attention to those. Before I forget, and I don't really want to go into the 15-minute thing anymore, but I am going to just offer one observation, which hasn't been talked about here today yet, is there's the potential for 15-minute data to be very useful in targeting, marginal emissions rates, so that you can target measure selection that the programs promote to when they will be most effective at reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And I think of the comments Commissioner Suchman has made especially this morning about what are the utilities accomplishing in addition to just hitting the number. And I think perhaps the 15-minute data could allow the utilities to much more strategically target measures to achieve the maximum greenhouse gas abatement per dollar invested. Something to consider. So, typically, my experience has been when we look at performance of the utilities in a 3-year cycle, the general understanding, and this may be in statute or in order, it is in the statute regarding DHCD's programs. I didn't see it in HB 864 regarding utility programs, but we determine compliance with a savings target based on the average of the 3 years. But here we've got 1 year of energy savings goals before we transition to 2 years of greenhouse gas abatement. And so it made me wonder, well, if a utility misses the target in the first year, do we just let that go and then we move on to greenhouse gas? I don't have the answer to that. But in particular, this comes up for me with Potomac Edison, because as I called out in the written comments, Potomac Edison reported 32% of its portfolio savings from front-of-the-meter initiatives, when the Commission has explicitly said no more than 20% of the savings should come from front-of-the-meter initiatives. That's a pretty big variation. Of course, I looked at the other utilities, and they're all, the Exelon utilities are all hovering around 18 or 19%. SMECO didn't report any front-of-the-meter initiatives, and PE was 32%. So if I make the adjustment and say, okay, only 20%, that means their overall savings would have to go down, and they're only at about 84% of the target. Is there any direction that's provided to them about what to do about that? I don't know, but it's a question that I had, which I don't have to answer, do I? Another thing I'd just like to observe is, and we've talked before about the utility costs, and how I've observed that there's pretty significant variations between the cost per unit of energy saved among the different utilities. And the Commission ordered the independent evaluator to do some assessment of those costs, and I think that was fairly limited review. It was just looking at how the costs compared to historical costs and made some adjustments for changes in measure mixes. Didn't look at the costs that other jurisdictions are incurring to achieve savings. So I still have questions about the budgeting and the costs. And I think this becomes very important again, to the overall discussion about the costs of EmPOWER and how much it's affecting customer bills, because you will have to make decisions, as you have in the past, and you will when this next cycle comes up. You're going to look at plans from the utilities, and they're going to have very big price tags, and you're going to have to make decisions about what the utility should do based on those proposed plans. But if the budgets are not accurate, then you're not getting the information you need to make those decisions. That's how it appears to me. And I call out a few things. You know, in the non-residential energy efficiency and conservation reported data for 2024, for example, BGE got 141% of the forecast savings for only 67% of the budget. So if they had stopped at 100%, they would have been under 50% of the budget. And I look at that and I say, that's more than we can attribute to effective management. That's either the forecasting is wildly inaccurate, or what actually occurred in implementation was very, very different than what had been forecast. But in either case, I would say, you know, in retrospect, would I have made a different decision if I'd known this is what it was going to cost to achieve this compared to what had been presented to me? I don't know. WGL and their non-residential hit 234% of the savings for 68% of the budget. That's a really big variation. So I, again, continue to suggest, because of how important I think this is going to be in looking at the next cycle's plans, that an independent assessment of more than just how the proposed savings or costs compare to historics would be really beneficial, so that you could have confidence in the savings estimates that the utilities are putting forward. I'd also like to talk about residential new construction as a mechanism for encouraging all-electric new construction. This has been talked about for a number of years. The utilities have enhanced incentives for all-electric construction, but it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of uptake for that. It appears that most of the new construction, it's still gas. It's what it looks like. I suspect that a fair amount, based on discovery from, I think it was last year's case or one before, I don't know, but the much of the new construction is new developments that if they're on gas, they require main extension, which is a cost. But we can't tell based on what the utilities are reporting. So I think it would be, I would encourage the Commission to, starting with the next plan cycle, or as soon as the utilities can implement this data tracking, have them report in new construction, ideally both EmPOWER participants and non-participants who are new homes that sign on to the service, utility service in the given year. How many have gas? How many are all electric? How many have gas furnace or gas water heater versus other electric options, so that you can just have a picture of how much of the construction that's happening in the state is connecting to the gas service, and is EmPOWER having any impact on that at all. I'd also, again on the theme of gas, WGL exceeded their savings, and a lot of that came through exceeding participation estimates for gas combustion equipment, gas furnaces and so forth. Again, not a new theme. We've been talking about this for a few years, but the point that I want to bring to your attention is that they used limited time offers. They increased the incentive amount, thus also increasing the cost to ratepayers, to drive more participation of customers buying gas furnaces and getting these incentives. Given, and for a measure that was uncontroversial, I'd say, if a utility does that to meet their savings goal, that probably makes sense. But given, as we've discussed, that gas furnaces have a 60% free rider rate, 6 out of 10 people who get an incentive would have bought that furnace anyway. The savings baseline is the minimum efficiency standard that is allowed by law. It's not actually based on what the de facto baseline is. I think the savings, personally, I find that a lot of skepticism about that. So I don't think that it's advisable for the utility to actually spend more ratepayer dollars to get more people to increase the uptake on this questionable measure. I would suggest directing WGL to not do any more of these limited time offers for gas combustion equipment for the rest of this cycle. Okay, and the last thing I want to say here, and this is on the assumption that you want to hear my comments on the future programming work group plan later today when we talk about that.
Oh, okay.
But you can tell me if you want to hear it now. So the only other thing I want to just comment on is the analysis that the Commission directed WGL to conduct about cost and efficiency of gas equipment versus dual fuel, a heat pump with a furnace versus just all electric. I think there are quite a lot of flaws with that analysis. It's quite simplistic. It did not consider the operating costs. It only considered capital costs of buying the equipment, and the operating cost is a big factor when you're looking at what the cost of making this choice would be. And it also, to me, the reason to do an analysis like this would be to consider what should a program promote. But they didn't look at cold climate heat pumps. They assumed that every electric heat pump installation would require a panel upgrade. To Mr. Good's point, they don't all need an upgrade, but in this analysis, they just assumed everybody who's going to. So, of course, it looks like, why would anybody go all electric? I don't think it's a meaningful analysis, and personally, I would suggest either providing more explicit direction. WGL didn't ask any stakeholders if there were any opinions about how they should go about this analysis. They made their own choices. So I would either, I would suggest disregarding the report. It may be more useful to have such analyses done by third parties rather than by the industry. It's my perspective on that. And other than the future programming work group, that concludes my comments for this afternoon.
Okay. Commissioner Richard.
No question, thank you.
Commissioner Barbie.
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sussman.
Well, maybe less of a question and more of a sort of an observation that sort of like you were sort of explaining in your comments, throwing money at a particular program because it helps you to achieve the goals of the legislation is not doing anybody any good, and it's certainly not doing the ratepayers any good. And so again, tying programs to why you think they're important is I think the best way that we can spend ratepayer money. And so the goal cannot be, let's see if we can achieve the numbers laid out by the General Assembly. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Commissioner Litton.
No questions.
So again, sort of along lines of what Commissioner Sussman was talking about, I think one of the difficulties with this process is that, and it's been sort of an historic problem with this process that we go under, is that we approve programs for the utilities to put forward, and they go off and do their things, try to do their best. But I think and I'm not being critical of them because I think it's reasonable on their part. Their assumption is, well, we were told by the commission to do this, and even if it sort of doesn't make sense as we're trying to play it out because of stuff that happens or whatever, we were told to do this, and so therefore that's what we're supposed to do. And I think it's been difficult in this process to come up with some way to make mid-course corrections. In fact, one of the suggestions that I made to the Secretary of Housing and Community Development when all that responsibility was put onto them was, I said, look, if you find out, that some of these programs that you put forward you think are great ideas just don't work for whatever reason, don't hesitate to come back to us and say, hey, this isn't working, let's try something else. And so I guess, going forward, we need to figure out some way to, accomplish something that allows for some flexibility in doing these things, so that we, don't just sort of pursue something just for the sake of pursuing it, as Commissioner Sussman's talked about all day today, but actually gets us, the meaningful results. Now, obviously, that's easier said than done, and I guess we'll try to figure out going forward some way to have that. So if you've got suggestions and thoughts on how we could go about that, or if somebody else is already doing that and doing it quite successfully, I'd love to hear that too. So.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman Hoover. I think that there are some things that the Commission could do. And this does tie a little bit to some of the comments I would make on the future programming work group. So I agree that the way the setup works now, the utilities have a specific numeric goal. It's, by and large, it's one number that each utility has to hit. The only guardrails on that are how much can come from front of the meter. Otherwise, it's pretty much up to the utilities to make a plan. And I don't mean to diss the utilities at all in saying that. That's the structure, and they make the best choices from their seats to comply with a goal as it's laid out. There are other jurisdictions that have multi-part goals. When I worked at Efficiency Vermont, we had performance incentives, and they were sometimes in competition with each other because there was a recognition that there are a number of policy priorities that matter. And so we were, in effect, running those programs. We were set up to be juggling this all the time to try to get as much out of these different things. I understand from comments this morning, I haven't participated, that there's a system planning process in Maryland. I don't know the details of that. I will tell you that in Vermont, there's a system planning process where Efficiency Vermont and the utilities and other parties all get together, and the utilities map out what the distribution upgrades needed are going to be. And there's a discussion. Could we defer this through the use of distributed energy resources? Could we do a lot of energy efficiency so we don't have to do this? And bringing in that, if that Maryland work group isn't already doing that, bringing that in, perhaps bringing it into EmPOWER, would be a way, that sort of approach and that expectation, which would have to come from direction from the Commission, that could potentially improve the results that we see from EmPOWER. There's, in my view, and I'm not a lawyer, and so I'm not going to interpret Maryland's utility law, but if utilities have an obligation to provide safe, reliable energy at least cost, which is the basic premise of utility regulation, I think in all the jurisdictions that I've worked in, what does least cost mean? If least cost means we manage capacity through demand resource or demand management programs, the utilities should be expected to do that regardless of whether there's an EmPOWER statute that's directing them to do it or not. And I think it would be within the Commission's purview to create those expectations.
Okay. Alrighty. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So why don't we now turn to Maryland Energy Administration, the Office of People's Counsel, and staff. And why don't we take like a 5-minute break while we're sort of sitting everybody.
Nicole, can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Nicole, can you hear us? Oh, you're muted. Can you come off mute real quick? I'm going to do one thing. Just stay off mute for a minute.
You would think great, but when? You know?
And then if she doesn't,
There's Nicole. Nicole, can you now say something?
For me, I can hear you.
Perfect. Okay, you're coming through. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I can hear you well.
Probably right. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, all right.
Oh, I don't think I'm muted. Let me see.
No, actually, you're not. I can tell you.
We can all hear you.
All right. Okay, back on the record. Let's start with Maryland Energy Administration.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoover. Commissioners, welcome back, Commissioner Linton. So I'll be reading off ME's
Yeah,
comments.
I can hear you okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Babatunde Idrisu, IDRISU. I'm here with David Shapiro from our AG's office, and I'll be reading off ME's comments. The EmPOWER Maryland program has provided significant benefits to Maryland residents and businesses since inception by offering rebates, incentives, and funding for energy efficiency upgrades. The program has helped lower electricity rates, reduce energy waste, and improve the reliability of grid by decreasing peak demand. It has also supported job creation in the energy efficiency sector, fostering economic growth, and while making households and businesses more sustainable. As at the end of 2023, the EmPOWER Maryland program had achieved significant reduction in energy consumption and demand, saving over 60 million megawatt hours of electricity. And these energy saving measures are projected to deliver more than 14.5 billion in lifetime savings. In 2024, the EmPOWER utilities implemented energy efficiency programs designed to achieve electricity savings of at least 2% of the 2016 gross electricity sales. While some utilities met or exceeded their targets, others fell short. Notably, SMECO, BGE, and Delmarva surpassed the 2% savings goals, while Pepco and Potomac Edison just fell short of those targets during the same period. Programs that fell below targets across utilities included the appliance recycling program and the home performance with Energy Star programs. Overall, electricity utilities collectively saved over 1.3 million megawatts through the EmPOWER Maryland programs in 2024. Despite these achievements, DHCD only reached 35.6% of its projected electricity savings for the year. With the ambitious GHG reduction targets for the coming years, greater efforts are needed to ensure that low-income residents fully benefit from EmPOWER Maryland programs. Expanding access and increasing investment in energy efficiency initiatives for vulnerable communities is crucial in advancing Maryland's broader climate goals. In the reported year, I think Jim Gravad also mentioned this. In the reported year, program administrators successfully achieved savings, reducing while utilizing less than their full budget. In part, this could be because of cost-effective energy management, but it could also be because maybe how the budgets were arrived at. A majority of these expenditures were allocated to customer incentives, ensuring that ratepayers benefited directly from energy efficiency programs. However, the data does show that except for BGE, which allocated more than 70% of its total expenditures to customer incentives, all other utilities spend less than 70% on those incentives. We do believe that a greater share of program funds should be directed towards customer incentives, as these programs are funded by ratepayers, and increasing the proportion of expenditures dedicated to direct customer benefits would enhance the program impact, ensuring that more households and businesses receive support for energy efficiency upgrade, ultimately maximizing savings and greenhouse gas emission reduction. The passage of HB 864 in the 2024 legislative session represents a transformative shift for EmPOWER Maryland program, as it redefines the primary goals from simply reducing electricity demand to actively cutting GHG emissions. This strategic realignment ensures that energy efficiency efforts contribute more directly to Maryland's broader climate action goals, reinforcing the state's commitment to sustainability. MEA strongly supports this evolution as it aligns with the state's ambitious emission reduction targets set forth by the Climate Solutions Now Act of 2022. By prioritizing GHG reductions, the program can drive deeper, more lasting environmental and economic benefits to Maryland communities. Looking ahead, MEA envisions the future of EmPOWER Maryland centered around electrification, fuel switching, and advanced energy efficiency strategies that not only lower emissions but also enhance public health, reduce customer bills, and increase environmental sustainability. Transitioning away from fossil fuel dependence towards cleaner energy solutions will improve indoor and outdoor air quality, reduce energy costs for customers, and also create new opportunities for green jobs and innovation. By expanding access to clean energy technologies, particularly in underserved communities, the program can ensure a more equitable and sustainable energy future, positioning Maryland as a national leader in climate-conscious energy policy. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions or comments.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. It's good to see the state again. I was curious to hear, as you know, the EmPOWER Maryland program is starting to convert now from a energy reduction to emission reduction program. Do you have any concerns or issues that you would like to share for the future of this program, specifically now that you're in the audience with the utility companies? Is there something that or anything that you think they need to know about from the state's perspective?
I think one of the things we've shared historically, and one of the concerns we've raised is the fact that we think a lot of lower-income Marylanders pay a lot into the program, but do not receive as much benefit from it. As we see with DHCD's increased goals, we might see more lower-income Maryland or limited-income Marylanders benefit more from the programs. But yeah, we would like to see more of those benefits from this program going into low-income Marylanders. Another thing we highlighted in our comments was we want to see a lot more of what the utilities spend go into actual customer incentives, as opposed to other costs. In the reports that were submitted, I think only BGE spent over 70%. The rest were below 70%. We thought that was we would like to see more than that go into customer incentives. So we want to see actual money going to help people to make those changes and those upgrades to their homes, and hopefully save costs, electricity costs. Given the climate we have been this winter, and possibly in the near future, providing energy efficiency upgrades to Maryland residents and helping them, lower those bills is critical. So we want to see those incentives go, more of those incentives go into those customers. Commissioner Suchman brought up, trying to ensure that the programs also have a great impact. That's something we would also want to see. We want to see those incentives having a real impact on trying to lower electricity demand, lower peak demand, and hopefully lowering the costs to Marylanders. So I think those are some of the things that as a state we would like to see from the program.
Thank you for that. I actually share many of those concerns. So they're all here, so I guess they would have heard you say that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. That's all I had.
Commissioner Barbay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You put your finger right on the concern that I've always had about EmPOWER, namely that renters really don't benefit from it because the owners of the properties that they live in don't have an incentive to upgrade their properties because they're not paying the bills. If the renters are individually metered, perhaps they have an incentive. But again, my wife and I sold our 2 homes. We live in a lovely apartment in downtown Rockville, and we have actually a good landlord. He has zero incentive to insulate anything in my unit, but my wife and I pay our EmPOWER fee, and we can afford it. So I do not feel sorry for me and my wife, but for the vast majority of people who are low and moderate income, who are renters, my great fear has always been that there is no economic mechanism that will ever be sufficient to incentivize the property owner to avail themselves of this program because they're really not bearing any of the costs. So that's not a question, that's an observation, and I hope you would take that back to Director Pinsky and explain that at least one commissioner feels that way about EmPOWER for LMI renters.
Thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you. No questions.
Commissioner Suchman.
Well, you could take it back that at least 2 commissioners have an issue with, and it's not just renters. It's that any lower moderate income ratepayer that cannot avail themselves of the program because they're not installing a heat pump, where they're not. Some of the big ticket items that they would never consider installing because they simply can't afford it. It's about, on some level, the EmPOWER program has sort of become among the most regressive programs I've ever seen because at least, sales taxes are relatively regressive, but at least the customer gets to take something home with them when they pay the sales tax. We have a program where I'm sure there are lots of low and moderate income customers that are paying every month into a program that allows people who perhaps don't need the incentives are taking advantage of the incentives to help them pay for the cost of their level 2 charger or their heat pump, and that's a big concern for me. So you can let him down. Now you've identified sort of 2 issues that for Commissioner Linton, and so by doing that, I'm going to ask you. So the first is trying to get more low and moderate income customers as part of the program, and the second, which is troubling to me, ratepayers are paying into the program and they're getting 70% incentives back. So 30% is going someplace else, and that doesn't seem like a very efficient way of of running a program. So do you have any ideas on how to make this work better? In addition to, I mean, we had some conversations about the renter piece of it, but how do we, I mean, do we need to cap? I mean, we already have some amount of money going in, but do we need to say, 50% of all EmPOWER money is going to low and moderate income customers? I mean, do we have to have some kind of cap that says, this is because it's so regressive, we're going to try to address the regressive nature of the program by ensuring that some given amount has to go to low and moderate income customers?
Well, that's one way of going about it. I don't know if that contradicts any part of the statute, but yeah, that's one way of going about it.
But does the statute say we can't do it?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Because I'm always loath to do something where I'm told I can't do it. I feel better about doing something if the statute is silent. But anyway, but do you have any other ideas?
Not at this time.
Okay.
I would have to think a little bit more about that. But
Oh, and I mean, it's not like EmPOWER is going to go away tomorrow. So take this back and to the extent you have any ideas about this and about the 70% for customer incentives, I'd love to hear your thoughts about ways to address those two issues.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, actually none from me, so why don't we move on to OPC?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Portia Odro from OPC, and with me here is...
Yeah, I need you to spell your last name for him.
Odro, O-D-U-R-O.
Yes.
And with me here is our consultants from VEIC, Mr. Dylan Voorhees, and joining us virtually is Ms. Nicole Zickner. So with that, I'll just hand it over to our consultant to take us through our presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Again, my name is Dylan Voorhees. I've spelled that for the stenographer already. I'm with VEIC on behalf of OPC. I want to, if you could go to the next slide. I'd like to start with some comments about the benefits of EmPOWER, very much apropos of the most recent conversation. So we don't have a lot to say today about the sort of overall electric utility sort of savings compared to forecasts. You've had some discussion about that. You see sort of generally on track. But we did want to emphasize the tremendous benefits from the EmPOWER program and the fact that in most cases, many of them are extremely well measured and carefully quantified. One measure of that is by looking at the total costs and the total kilowatt hour savings. So that first table shows the 10 million kilowatt hours over the lifetime of the improvements were effectively acquired at a cost of 4.2 cents per kilowatt hour. Now, I'm not a ratepayer in Maryland, so you all can tell me whether you think that's a good deal. That's the sort of first fundamental value proposition of EmPOWER, is that it is acquiring energy efficiency savings substantially lower cost than if they had to be purchased. But for EmPOWER, those 10 million kilowatt hours would have to come from somewhere, and ratepayers collectively would pay more than that. Secondly, when we look at all of the benefits of EmPOWER, and I'll say a little bit more about what all of those benefits are. This is a 2023 number because the 2024 verified numbers aren't available yet, but we'd expect a very similar number. $2.20 of benefit for every $1 spent. I think it's extremely important to OPC, as it is obviously to many of you, to also consider the distribution of those benefits. But the overall pie is very large. $2.20 of benefit for every $1 invested. There also remains, in the last table here, is that there's significant untapped energy efficiency from the energy efficiency potential study that the utilities did a few years ago, estimated how much savings, how much the total cost-effective savings would be. And it's a very large amount still available to be captured, and a good deal if we are able to do those. Now, that benefit number counts many different kinds of benefits. Many benefits accrue to the participant in the program, the person that gets the light bulb, the appliance, the weatherization. But it's really important to remember that many of those benefits are system-wide benefits and societal benefits that accrue to everybody that is a ratepayer or everybody that sort of lives and breathes in Maryland. A good example, of course, is air quality benefits and emission benefits. Those are societal benefits that get counted there. And there are other benefits that we count in. Maryland has an excellent cost-effectiveness test. One of those is the price effect, the reduced price from having reduced demand. And so when there's 10 million less kilowatt hours purchased, that actually incrementally reduces the price for everyone. It's called demand reduction induced price effect, or DRIPE, and is one of the benefits that's counted in our cost effectiveness test. And it accrues to everybody that pays a rate. So again, very important to pay attention to the distribution of benefits. Absolutely endorse the continued drive to make sure that EmPOWER is more equitable, either in how it collects costs or how it distributes benefits. The increased budgets and increased savings targets for DHCD are a great sort of movement in that direction. But important to remember that overall benefits are very large, and many of them accrue to everybody. Next slide. So briefly, and Mr. Gravatt spoke to this, but independently we'd also observed that there's a good news, bad news story here to the costs that the utilities are reporting compared to their budgets. So they generally are achieving savings targets, generally spending 50 to 75% of their budgets to meet or exceed those savings numbers. It is, of course, positive that they needed to spend less than they estimated. We wouldn't want the opposite. But I strongly concur that it makes decision-making much more difficult. And so either there is weakness in the forecasting capacity or overly conservative estimates, but it hinders your ability to make decisions that balance the costs and the benefits if the estimates of the costs are, in fact, not reliable. Won't go on it in too much depth given the time about DHCD. Our comments included a number of reports, recommendations rather, that DHCD can use. Many of them you've heard about are in progress. The story there, in short, is an increase in savings compared to the past cycle and past years. That's positive. They have solid strategies. They have capable teams. They're going in the right direction. The question is really just, can it go fast enough to kind of ramp up those savings? And they seem optimistic, and we think there's good reason to be optimistic. I want to talk about demand management and load management. I'm delighted that there's been a lot of conversation about that because OPC has been interested in seeing a greater focus on demand management and load management goals for several years. What we saw in response to the Commission's direction last year, or I think the direction was the previous year and the plans filed last year, was heightened attention to demand reduction and some diversification of program strategies. But overall, our sense is that the demand response portfolio is not moving as quickly or as consistently as it could to increase the volume and sophistication of load management. And it's a sort of a technical point, but it will be increasingly important. We continue to find it sort of increasingly difficult to analyze program performance by utility or from utility to utility with kind of incomplete and inconsistent reporting. And so we do request that the Commission direct the reporting work group to come together and really go back to ground on how demand response and demand management results are reported. That, of course, is somewhat secondary and follows from the question of demand management goals. And so we observed that the future programming work group is been convened and has a work plan that does include demand management goals and sort of generating recommendations around those. But I think it's really worth considering the question, Commissioner Suchman, that you've asked a number of times, which is not just what the goal should be, but what is the purpose? And that's a fantastic distinction, because if the question is just what should be the number of megawatts that the DR program should have as a goal, you may or may not get consensus about that. But a deeper question, which we also think is really valuable, is to ask, what is the purpose or purposes of running these programs within EmPOWER? And there are multiple purposes that you could identify, or a work group could identify. And if that's what you are looking for from that work group, some additional clarification on that point could be useful. EmPOWER is very goal-driven. And the goals have been defined in pretty narrow terms, and there's been some observation about this. Whether it's megawatt hours or a number of GHG, in my experience, utilities are very responsive to the metrics that you put in front of them. And so, Chairman Hoover, you talked about the origins of EmPOWER previously as sort of demand reduction, including peak demand reduction. Well, the utilities only actually got a goal on total energy reduction. They didn't get a goal on demand reduction, and so that lack of goal around peak demand, we think, is an ongoing challenge. And so, in addition to a goal, more clarity about purpose, and I predict that it may be challenging for work group participants to come up with purpose without further direction from you. I'm sure we'll have great conversations either way. Next. So two or three more points. First of all, new construction. Couple of comments were made previously about the very low performance with regard to promotion of all-electric homes and heat pumps in all-electric homes. Very, very low. Only BG&E reported a Energy Star Next Gen, that's the name of the certification tier for all electric homes, less than 1% of their program participants, and they were the only utility that reported in this period any certified Next Gen homes, although Potomac Edison did have a large project that apparently came close to being certified, and those are all electric homes, so that's of course good news. 1/3 of new construction participants elected more efficient central air conditioning compared to 5% that elected high efficiency heat pumps, and that is a missed opportunity. Indeed, the vast majority of new homes receiving EmPOWER incentives have gas heating for space and water, and a central air conditioning system. The majority of participants in Washington Gas's new construction program are not even installing the highest tier of efficient gas furnaces, and 80% of them are using tankless water heaters. Now, as you can imagine, I'm not an engineer. A tankless water heater doesn't take up space that a tank does, but we want those people to be using heat pump water heaters. And one of the constraints that we find in retrofits is, well, there's not enough room for a heat pump water heater, which has actually it's a large footprint. So to be designing and building and incentivizing new construction that are from day one very difficult to retrofit for the future that we know we want for those homes is a tremendous missed opportunity. And so even as the Commission considers the sort of larger issue of ceasing incentives for gas burning appliances, you could, and OPC encourages you to direct the sunsetting of gas appliances for new construction. New construction can be the leading edge of the transition of buildings, because it's almost always easier and cheaper to do so in new construction. I won't belabor these points, but we also had a significant criticism of the Washington Gas heat pump analysis. Our comments outline a number of really fundamental flaws in that analysis, and we encourage the Commission to set that aside. We think you have enough information. If you do need more, as someone said earlier, asking a third party to do that analysis could be useful. But Washington Gas also significantly underspent their budget to achieve much higher savings. And that's important to recognize, because one of the primary objections you've heard to not having gas appliance incentives is achieving those savings through other means would be more expensive. Well, Washington Gas could have spent 75% more per therm that they saved and still met their savings targets at budget. Finally, and this will perhaps come up again with the midstream work group, but the progress with heat pumps is positive in the various programs that promote them, including the midstream programs that are the sort of primary driver of air source heat pumps and heat pump water heaters. But the pace and scale of that change is not really consistent with a larger transformation of those markets. And so it's increasingly clear to us that sort of disagreements over design of the midstream programs, and should this be midstream, should this be downstream, should you have instant rebates, all of those design questions may be unlikely to be addressed without addressing sort of underlying differences, again, about the overall purpose of those programs. The utilities can continue the status quo of meeting their GHG numbers, hitting their program level savings targets by doing very low numbers of heat pump water heaters and air source heat pumps. And that's inconsistent with the overall policy objectives of the state, which are to have most HVAC equipment and most water heaters in the state be heat pumps within the next 5 years or whatever number of years it is. And so for EmPOWER to continue to do 1% of the water heaters being heat pump water heaters, 2%, it's just not, it's not at a pace and scale that's sort of consistent with that larger purpose. And it remains, I think, unclear to the work group, the midstream work group, what is the purpose? Is the purpose to just achieve the GHG goals, and if they do that, then everybody can go home satisfied? Or is the purpose to be enabling larger market transformation? And so OPC continues to recommend that the Commission or some other process retain an independent and skilled professional consultant to facilitate that strategic planning around market transformation for heat pumps that would inform the role of EmPOWER. And that overall roadmap could give more clarity of purpose to the EmPOWER program, and that's something that would absolutely need to happen with other state agencies participating in that. I think with that, I'll stop. Answer any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Fleischman.
So, in terms of demand management, and I understand your concern about the inconsistency in reporting, because it makes it more of a challenge for our staff to be able to look to see how they're doing. I'm concerned about trying to get better clarity on purpose, but mostly because the programs should have different purposes for the different utilities because they all have different needs, and the more we sort of create a consistent purpose, I think the less value they'll serve. So, what BGE needs is going to be very different than what PE needs, and I think they know at least what I'm interested in, because I don't feel like I'm getting it. So maybe you're sitting there will allow me to say yet again that this is a lot of money coming from ratepayers, and you have a responsibility to use this money the best way that you can for ratepayers, not for the utility. And I think that is an important point. That this is not a pot of money to empower utilities. It's a pot of money to allow for a future where the air is cleaner, but also where customers' rates are affordable. And so every utility has different needs for ensuring that, and that's where the monies should be going. And I believe it needs to be tied to what you're trying to achieve. To me, that's the goal. I mean, I understand that there's a greenhouse gas component of it as a way of kind of measuring how you're doing, but I don't think that's the end game by any stretch. And I just, I can't help but feel very strongly about the fact that you're entrusted with this money, because it's not your money, it's ratepayer money. Ratepayers are giving you this money to do the best that you can, and I don't think that you're doing the best that you can. But you know what you can do to make the system work better, so that you don't have to build out transmission distribution. You're not going to have to pay high capacity prices if we keep seeing high capacity prices. I mean, you'll have to pay some, but you reduce the amount of load, you're going to reduce the amount of capacity prices you're going to have to pay. So I guess I'm not really asking you a question. I'm kind of pontificating, but I can't stress enough how concerned I am that there's this huge pot of money that ratepayers are giving to you, and I feel like it's being mismanaged. And not mismanaged in an illegal. I just feel like you're not doing the best that you can for ratepayers.
Commissioner, if I can respond briefly to that. On the question of consistency, I think there's benefit to some consistent measurement of things, but I absolutely do not mean to suggest that the load management objectives wouldn't vary from utility to utility. Absolutely agree with that. What I think the larger point is that I would observe, I think, benefits if the expectations of the utility were in this area were more specific and more measurable. Because right now, and I participate in lots of work groups, I read the plans, and of course you all do too, and I see the utilities focused on the output that is specific and measurable. It is the goal, and it is a number of tons of GHG reduction, or it is starting this year. And so that is the objective to which I see utilities optimizing. And if you want them to have different outcomes that they are solving for, then additional metrics and specific outcomes, I think, are needed.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is we can't know what need to be focused on, but they know. And I think I would like my message to be heard as we need that what we're proposing needs to not just reduce GHG, but must be tied to a way in which we can assure that ratepayers, the rates that ratepayers are paying, either stay the same or go down. That it has to be tied to that too. It's not just achieving GHG reductions. It has to be tied to what the utilities are providing in terms of services to ratepayers, because that's why that money is going. That money's going not to reduce GHG. I mean, that's a way of measuring it. But I believe, and maybe Commissioner Barbay can speak to this, but I believe that the goal is to try to keep rates low, and that has to be the focus. So I'm almost sort of, I worry that if you're too specific in what you want them to do, and no offense utilities, but they'll do that and not something else, even though the something else actually might end up being better. So I would feel comfortable in giving the responsibility to them where they know what we're looking for, but they also know what they what would work best for their systems. And so that's why I'm sort of concerned about getting too down in the weeds and giving it to the work group, because sometimes, I mean, I don't want to overburden the work groups, and if we feel like it's not working, we can always send it to the work group.
Well, I guess, so I expect with OPC to be a participant in the future programming work group, which has sort of these demand management goal setting exercise. And so I'm taking from your comments that work should be not just an exploration of sort of how many megawatts should each utility's goal be, but what are the needs that each utility has, and how can you set goals and objectives and metrics that will achieve those. And so I think that's useful direction to that work group, which will of course include the utilities, and they will be
right. But I don't want the utilities to hear that because the work group is taking this up, that it sort of absolves them of having to do this until the work group finishes their work.
Yeah.
I think that people can walk and chew gum at the same time. Thank you. So, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Richard. Commissioner Barbay.
Okay. The purpose of the EmPOWER program was to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and save money for ratepayers/constituents. Period. End of statement. I am getting a little concerned about the incipient tendency of some people to criticize the utilities for doing precisely what the legislature wanted them to do. The legislature wanted these things to happen. And frankly, Washington Gas had terrific numbers. And how do they achieve them? They achieve them by spending money. That's what the EmPOWER program wanted them to do, and they did it. Okay, specific question. I'm looking on page, it's the page that says Electric Utility Performance, and in it you mentioned that there are $2.20 benefits for every dollar of cost. Do you have further on in your slide deck an explanation of how you compose that $2.20?
Commissioner, we don't, but I can draw your attention to where that would come from, which would be primarily the verification and cost effectiveness impacts that staff has as the independent evaluator prepare. So that's straight from their reports.
Okay, so it's from our staff.
Yes.
Okay, terrific. Then I can just get it from them.
Yep.
So let's talk a little bit about market transformation. It is true that the legislature wants the state of Maryland to go in the direction of electrification. That is true. But when we were writing the CPCN, the Climate Solutions Now Act, we specifically rejected a provision that would have required all electric construction for future builds. And apparently, especially in the Senate, there was a lot of debate behind the scene on this. It was a very controversial thing. I supported all electrification for future builds at some point in the future. I know that Director Pinsky did as well, but we didn't prevail. And I think it's important to recognize that while the legislature wanted to move in the direction of electrification, we didn't pull the trigger on an absolute mandate, which means we in the Public Service Commission are really not, in my opinion, in a position to enact a mandate that the legislature refused to do.
Commissioner, can I clarify? Thank you for that background. We're not suggesting a mandate on new construction. We're suggesting that you use the power that you regulate, which are incentives.
Right.
And saying you should provide incentives exclusively for the purpose of encouraging, helping the industry get ready for all electric codes should they become the future. And that's a very different prospect. It takes a much, I can imagine that it's a much higher bar to mandate all new construction be all electric. Some jurisdictions are doing that. I think that's probably inevitable at some point. But right now, the role that you can play, and many jurisdictions are also doing this, is to say we are going to use the power of incentives to encourage all electric new construction and not use public dollars to incent the new construction of gas.
Okay.
Based homes.
Okay, I understand your position. Were you here for the discussion that occurred many months ago about the whole, do we give people an incentive for high efficiency HVAC systems, or do we give them an incentive for a heat pump? You were here for that? Okay. And you may remember the position I sort of took was that because cold climate air source heat pumps are so fantastically expensive that I was uncomfortable with the concept of saying, yeah, no, you can't have your high efficiency air conditioner. You have to semi-bankrupt yourself even with the incentives to get a heat pump. I mean, that's the position that I took then. And, I view a lot of this technology the way I view my electric car. It was very expensive up front, and now I've gotten to the point where I estimate an equivalent gas car would have been $5,000 cheaper, but I have saved $10,000 in gasoline and maintenance that I wouldn't have otherwise had to pay. But that was an option available to me only because I'm upper middle class. I have a lot of trouble with, and I want you to respond to this. In the older parts of the Twin Brook neighborhood in Rockville, I knocked on the doors of people, some of whom in the early 1990s were World War II vets, and they had an air conditioning unit in their bedroom and one for their living room. And, they would have loved to have been able to have a central, efficient air conditioning system. But, address the fact that I'm uncomfortable with being willing to have those working class people avail themselves of that kind of incentive, when I know that even with the incentives we'd give them, there's no way on earth they could have afforded a heat pump. Please address that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Excellent questions. This may not, I don't think this gets to the full part of your question or your comment, but to be clear again, the position is not nobody can buy a central air conditioner. The question is, what should we use public ratepayer dollars to provide an incentive for? And so if somebody wants to install a central air conditioner, that's nobody's suggesting taking that away from them. The question is, what should we provide an incentive for? The question of incremental cost is really important. I do think that there may be a little bit of misexpectation about the incremental cost of a central air conditioner compared to a air source heat pump after all incentives are available. A central air conditioner that's probably a $5,000 cost or something like that. It's not a low cost, and the incentives that the utilities are providing doesn't pay for the majority of that. It's only paying for you to get a slightly more efficient version of an air conditioner, and so it's a $400 incentive or $500 incentive. It doesn't make central air conditioning affordable. It makes it easier to get to a slightly more efficient version.
And what would the cost of a cold climate air source heat pump be?
The raw cost of it might be $15,000, but if you are replacing your central air conditioner, then the incremental cost now is $10,000. If between federal and EmPOWER incentives, there might be $5,000 on the table. And so it actually is not hard to imagine that the incremental cost of a heat pump might be extremely comparable or even better than installing a heat pump. I mean, than purchasing an air conditioner. So I think the last comment I would make is I think there are a lot more things that can be done to promote affordability in terms of access to heat pumps. One of the things that several jurisdictions are doing, and I don't know if this is coming up in EmPOWER yet, are actually window unit heat pumps. So these are much lower price points, very efficient, provide heating and cooling, which is the sort of the value proposition, very efficiently. So including those within the EmPOWER portfolio would be a great step to sort of improve affordability access to heat pumps. Maryland is now a top-tier energy efficiency state. ACEEE just came out with their new rankings, and I suspect my colleague knows where Maryland came out. Number four. So if you look at your colleague states across the top 15 of those, most of those jurisdictions have stopped providing incentives for central air conditioning. And it's not because they care less about affordability, I think. It's because they see that there's a pathway toward ultimately where they want to go. And like gas appliances, providing incentives for improvements that will likely only have to be replaced. I understand the hesitation. I honestly do understand where it's coming from. I think if you direct the parties to really look at that closely and see what other states are doing, that I think that's something that you might want to reconsider in the future.
And I would just add, Commissioner Barbe, I hope I'm not speaking too loudly. I have no idea.
No, that's perfect.
But Nicole Zeichner, okay. Nicole Zeichner on behalf of OPC. We know that the utilities are underspending their budgets, so we could consider adjusting and increasing those incentives. I think that there are ways that the Commission could be creative with how incentives are paid out through EmPOWER. And I feel like this could be an option for increasing incentives for air source heat pumps.
Yeah, I'm now remembering another issue I brought up at the time at that previous discussion is that if you have, a certain amount of money to play with, we may be in a position where we can give an incentive to 5 people to get a heat pump versus 20 people to have a more efficient air conditioning system. And so that is also a part of since you, Nicole, since you brought up budgets, that is also part of a consideration for us, which I'll be blunt. I still remember the folks whose doors I knocked on. I'm very unwilling to just not give them an incentive for a more efficient system.
Yeah. Commissioner, I think the question of sort of distribution of benefits, and incentives are one form of a benefit. Well, they're actually not considered a benefit in our cost effectiveness test. An incentive is a transfer. You gathered it from some ratepayers and you gave it to another. So it's not actually creating a benefit. So I appreciate the sort of interest in tracking the incentive sort of redistribution back to ratepayers, but I actually don't think that's really the best.
No. I mean, the point I'm making is we may be putting ourselves in a position where we have to choose between helping 5 people versus 20 people.
Yep.
And I think most people would probably prefer to benefit 20 people.
And I guess the last comment on that I would offer is it would be nice if there was a little bit of a plan. And that's one of the things that we're recommending is that the Commission with other agencies invest in a plan that does some analysis and lays out a pathway. Where do you want to be with regard to building electrification and heat pump transformation? And what is the pathway to get there? What are the costs and benefits for different people? And what roles do different agencies play? What role does MEA play? What role does EmPOWER play? What role does the Building Code Administration play? What role does MDE play? MDE is in the process of developing regulations that might require people that might actually take the step of saying you can't purchase a fossil fuel burning appliance at sort of date X. So how are the states working together to have a sort of planful approach to all of these things together? That's kind of what we're looking for, and it doesn't dictate an incentive decision or a program plan within EmPOWER, but it creates a framework where folks could have a little bit more sort of unity of overall purpose.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Commissioner Barbee asked the question that I was going to answer.
Oh, okay.
He asked the question I was going to request an answer for.
Sure, gotcha. Okay. So on your list of recommendations, number 2 is retain an independent, skilled professional consultant to facilitate strategic planning. So explain to me organizationally where this consultant would fit.
That's an excellent question, and I will begin to answer it. Then Nicole or Portia might add to that. I think there are multiple possible answers to that, Mr. Chairman. I think, as it says on the page, the commission could retain such a consultant and sort of direct the utilities to participate and have the staff sort of play a role. But it's very important to OPC that be done in coordination with other agencies. And so how you exercise that, or how they exercise that with you, it's important that it be done. It's I think important that it be done soon and not be put off. But how it happens in the relationship between agencies and how they work together and structure that, I think OPC is kind of more flexible on that how. Does that answer your question? And on the timing, so the utilities will begin their planning process for the next 3-year cycle as soon as, I mean, they're probably already thinking about it, but sort of more formally, 6 months from now, 9 months from now, they are absolutely in that process of designing the next 3-year plans. And so if you are interested in a fresh sort of view on the purpose of EmPOWER to support these larger goals, I think having that, there's no real time to waste in terms of getting together around a plan that could be, complete by the end of the year or the beginning of the next year.
So are you envisioning that this person would be offering helpful advice, that if they want to take it up, that's fine, and if they don't, that's fine? Or are you thinking more somebody who could actually direct them, like, you should do this?
Well, I think that as a consultant myself, generally a consultant is only going to provide analysis and sort of best practice and help you put together, if we want X, here's how we could do that. This work product cannot be a consultant's view. It needs to be a consensus of the different agencies that are involved that say, here is our plan. This is our roadmap. We're going to use this to inform decisions that we're going to make, whether you, the commission, are making decisions about EmPOWER or MDE is making decisions about its regulatory powers. It becomes a roadmap for you as the agencies. And having a roadmap that multiple agencies follow, I've been in and around government for a long time. I know that's not a small ask, but I think it's what's needed because there's so many agencies are involved in this large process of transitioning our buildings and our markets for these equipment.
Okay.
I can.
Oh, go ahead. Sure. No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Chairman, for example, something like what happened with the Unified Benefit Cost Analysis Work Group, a consultant came in, helped gather information, helped direct the parties, gave them homework. We see something like that potentially working, but obviously we need the other agencies to get involved for this to be successful.
Yeah, good example.
Okay. Alrighty. Staff.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Paige Shaw on behalf of staff. With me is Dan Hurley. Staff's comments are very brief. The end of 2024 marks the first full program year reporting for the 6th EmPOWER program cycle. As you've heard today, generally speaking, results were positive across all the utilities. Most of the electric utilities exceeded or came close to exceeding the 2% energy sales goal, as well as exceeded or came close to exceeding their annual goals for 2024 for energy savings in all portfolios. Additionally, DHCD in their semi-annual filing requested the Commission to approve discontinuing the funding of fossil fuel-fired equipment for buildings that are required to comply with the Building Energy Performance Standards as required under the Climate Solutions Now Act of 2022. Staff is supportive of this, and with that, we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Linton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just have one question. I don't know if I should save it for your report out from the different work groups or not, so you could just tell me. It has to do with the inclusion of capacity costs from the most recent auction for future EmPOWER Maryland benefit analysis. Is that something that we're thinking about already? Because I suspect that some of the programs that the utility companies have proposed and other parties as well, some of them will be more beneficial as a result of the included capacity costs. But at the same time, there may be others that are no longer as beneficial as we thought they were. So I'm just curious if I can wait.
I can answer that now.
Okay.
One thing we do when we're going through the program cycle is we review, all the avoided costs that we generate for developer benefit and cost analysis. And one of those is avoided capacity cost. It's a pretty high up benefit within all of EmPOWER that is a benefit to all the ratepayers. So when we come to the next program cycle, we'll be looking at adding, we look to add the actual costs that we have, and we look to project that out to the future, about 15 years to develop our forecasting. So that will, the changes in the capacity payments that we've seen recently experienced will be rolled into that avoided capacity payment with regards to the future benefit cost analysis.
Okay.
And that really affects pretty much every program.
Yeah, I suspected it would. I mean, I know the costs have always been there, as you already mentioned, but it's such a significantly larger number now, especially for some of the zones in Maryland. So,
It's a crazy silver lining that it makes our programs more beneficial.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was it.
Mr. Sushman.
Except when it doesn't. So how do you? Actually, I wasn't going to ask any questions, but how do you then account for the reduced value of the programs? Hopefully, when we see a lowering of the capacity prices.
Right. So if the capacity prices come down, they'll be fed into as an actual number when it becomes an actual number, and we'll revise those projections, and that will lower the overall benefit. But as we notice, we're still over a 2 on our jurisdictional cost test for EmPOWER. So it's a piece, but it's not I don't think it's going to make a dramatic difference in the overall benefit cost ratio of the EmPOWER programs.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Richard. Commissioner Barvey.
No question, except that since it was referred to that calculation, I'd love to see that whenever you have a chance.
We'll get that to you.
Great.
So this discussion I just had with OPC about this strategic consultant person, I mean, if we decided to retain somebody like that, how would you envision it fitting into the current operational structure of EmPOWER?
Sure. That's a good question. I haven't really, give me like 5 seconds to think about that. So I think what Mr. Voorhees was and OPC were referring to was kind of a more state agency-wide function to develop this framework. I think his slide specifically was talking about heat pump water heaters, but maybe it's more of a larger framework.
Heat pumps overall.
Okay. But so it'd be like one aspect of an overall large program pie. We would still be doing our future programming work group. We would doing other. We'll keep meeting with our midstream work group. We'll continue to do work groups as directed by the commission. So it would fit in somewhere along those lines of a work group performance. Now, if this is only state agency related, then I guess at some point we'd probably want to report back and bring in the other stakeholders into what's been going on with the stakeholder or the state agency framework work group, for lack of a better term. And I guess, the timing is tight. I think Mr. Voorhees referenced the uniform cost benefit work group. I think we're going on 2 years with that one now. So, 2 years from now is not going to be very helpful for the next program cycle.
Okay.
Can I add something?
Sure.
We're a little concerned. That in developing a statewide market transmission plan, it could involve other stakeholders that are not typically involved in the EmPOWER work groups and the EmPOWER process. So I do not know how that's going to work out.
Yeah, and if I could just add, I also think that additional stakeholders beyond those that might come to an EmPOWER work group will be very important. So how to get a little bit bigger in terms of the stakeholders, both agencies and other stakeholders, and have some useful results in the 6 to 9 month period than the 2 year period. All the more reason to sort of start seeing if that could be worked out.
Okay, fair enough. So the only thing we have left is going through the work group reports, correct?
That's correct.
But I guess my concern is I don't necessarily want to squeeze the analysis of that. So I'm thinking about ending for today and then dealing with this tomorrow, so that we can spend more time on it.
I mean, as far as staff's concerned, we'll be here tomorrow anyway. So
no, I understand that. So, and
we want to put that out to the.
I mean, just given the fact that it's 4:30, and I don't necessarily. I mean, I don't want to have the pressure of ending things. Squeeze any input that people want to have on that, because my impression is there might be some extended discussion on some of them. So, all right. So with that, we're adjourned for today.